I welcome you on board. Today you will solve the riddle how to structure a German sentence. Did you ever ask yourself, why is the verb sometimes in that position? Why is the location sometimes in another position? What comes first? What comes last? All these questions for you will be today very simple visible on one sheet of paper that I developed over roughly 2 years in the lectures, putting all the options there are how to form a German sentence just on one sheet of paper. So the lecture today you will learn is the sentence structure of the German main sentences. Main sentence is an expression of a sentence that is the main one compared to what you will learn in the next lecture, the side sentence. The side sentence is the sentence that comes after the comma. So for example, I go home, comma, because I want to sleep. So this because I want to sleep is a side sentence and I go home is a main sentence. So here visually, I go home because I want to sleep. So here we have basically two sentence parts and they both follow different rules. This is what we call the main sentence. That's what we will do today. And this is the side sentence. That's what you will learn in the next lecture. Today we will focus only on the variations of here the green part, the main sentence. So let's dive in and we start today with a puzzle game. Look here what I prepared for you are pieces of a German sentence. 5 pieces, and now please go and form a sentence out of this to test yourself to see if you already know how to form a German sentence. So now stop the video here, see those parts and write down those parts and bring them in a good order, in a good structure. Stop the video here now. Good. The answer now for you to compare your suggestion is the following. If you want to form a regular sentence, like what you would call a normal sentence, an all-day sentence, you can now form this puzzle game into the following sentence, but you have also more options. We will come to this in a second. But the normal regular sentence is first comes the so-called subject. The subject is basically the action performer. It's the thing or the person who does the action. And after the action performer comes the action. In this case, fahren, to drive. So I drive, which is I'm the action performer, I do the action. Then comes in a regular sentence the time. I drive this summer. Ich fahre diesen Sommer. This in German is a very rigid form. It means you cannot always just change, like in English, what information comes first. We Germans have a very certain structure, and this is the structure. So please do not always change the structure as you want. That's not possible in German. So I drive this summer. Then comes with what you drive, with the object. So the object is mostly the mean or the instrument of the action. So whatever action is done here, you then describe here with what it is done. For example, fahren is done with a car. So that is the mean, the instrument of driving. So that is the object. And at the very last comes the location. The location, so direction to Italy. So I drive this summer, direction Italy. And that is what we would call a regular or a standard German sentence. So whenever you have doubts how to form a German sentence, just stick with this model. That is super easy to remember. You have the subject, verb, time, object, location, that's it. There is no variation or whatsoever in between. Just use this as the easiest version to form a sentence. So this, now here put into one line that it looks nice, is the way you form a standard sentence. Now, you can also change this standard sentence by emphasizing some certain information. So you can take a certain information out of these 3 here and emphasize it by putting this information at the very front of the sentence. which works like this and is then in the second category of how to form a sentence. Emphasize certain information, which means that you basically just take one of these information in front, so you can have the variations of the time comes first, or you can emphasize the object, saying, hey, I want to emphasize that I drive with a car, or you want to emphasize that I drive to Italy. So you take these in front to emphasize them, but what happens now is that this part here is turned around because of the simple rule that the verb is always supposed to stand at the second position. The verb is always supposed to stand at the second position. So let's put the verb here at the second position and the action performer at the third position, which therefore is changing the position of the beginning of the sentence. So now the verb and the subject is turned around. And now instead of ich fahre diesen Sommer, we can say diesen Sommer fahre ich, which is emphasizing the summer. Diesen Sommer fahre ich. And if you would like to, you can then just add all the other information, like here. Diesen Sommer fahre ich mit einem Auto nach Italien. So the rest of the sentence stays the same. Or if you want to emphasize the object, then you just say mit einem Auto fahre ich, so the same way, and then you emphasize the object, but the rest of the sentence stays the same, like mit einem Auto fahre ich diesen Sommer nach Italien. And the same is also for the location. You are just putting the location first, saying nach Italien fahre ich, and then comes the rest. Nach Italien fahre ich diesen Sommer mit einem Auto. Then comes that version. So the logic of the rest of the sentence, like here, is kept. So the rest of the sentence is the same, with the difference that you put one of the information in front. And that goes with all the other sentences. Now you have the most important sentence structures already available. This is a regular sentence. This should be always used by you for normal sentences. But if you want to emphasize a specific information, you take one of these and then you turn the verb and the subject. Now comes the next question, like how do I actually form questions? That's the third category. And the question formation goes quite the same way like here. It is that you take the verb first to form a question, and then comes the rest of the sentence. So you're just using the same information as here, but you just turn the verb in front, and then at the end you're adding a question mark. So instead of ich fahre diesen Sommer mit einem Auto nach Italien, you can say fahre ich diesen Sommer mit einem Auto nach Italien. So the rest of the sentence stays the same, and you're just adding a question mark. So that questions the action. Are you doing this? Now, if you want to specify your question, you're using a question word. So a question word like where to, or where are you, or how are you, or what is this? All these question words in German all start with W, like in English. The only exception in English is how. We don't have such an exception in German. Everything starts with a W. But if you want to use a question word, then you just put it here in front. Fragewort means question word. You put it in front and the rest stays the same. So instead of asking, do I drive, fahre ich, you can ask also specifically, where to do I drive? Like, where do I drive to? In German, wohin fahre ich? Wohin fahre ich? So now in the first one, we have the question if I'm actually doing the action at all, if I drive. In the second one, we have the question specified on the action, in this case by the question word wohin, which means where do I drive to? So first one without question word is do I do the action at all? Second one is like how, under what conditions do I do the action? Like in this case, where to? If you want to have a complete list of all the German question words, then please check out the lecture of the German question words, where I list you all the question words they are and explain them to you, bring them to you in a proper order. Now, if you want to ask a specific detail, if you want to emphasize a certain information, you do the same trick like here. You can just add the regular sentence, like, you can ask this in form of question, but if you want to emphasize one of these three things in the question, like not only question, do I drive to this summer with a car to Italy, but you want to ask, do I drive to Italy this summer with a car? So you want to emphasize the Italy, then you do the same trick as here. You're just putting a different structure, or you put one of these information first, and then you continue with the rest of the sentence. So which is basically you do the same as here, but you put one of these information first. So if you, for example, you have a standard sentence like this, yeah, you can add this to the question. You're asking, drive I this summer with a car to Italy? Am I driving to Italy this summer by car in English? German, the grammar is different, the sentence structure. So drive I this summer with a car to Italy. Now you can take one of these information first. For example, if you want to say, hey, I want to emphasize to question, do I do this with a car actually? So then you're saying, fahre ich mit einem Auto diesen Sommer nach Italien? So the object comes first. The same you can also do with the location. You can put the location first. So you emphasize to ask, is it actually Italy where I drive to? So fahre ich nach Italien diesen Sommer mit einem Auto? Yeah. So that is also possible. There is no change in that logic. And then at the end, you would put the question mark if that is a longer question. So the question mark here would be for a short question without these details. So that's how you form questions. Now let's go to the notorious situation of a German sentence that has more than one verb. And for you to have a complete overview of what happens if you have more than one verb in a German sentence, I made you this overview that shows you all the positions of verbs there are in German. This is a very shocking sentence now, and this is not a typical sentence that you will meet in German, so don't be shocked about this. This is just the worst of the worst case that I draw you, like the maximum that can be, but such a sentence is practically never used in German. But for education purposes, check out these sentences. Here you have now the magic of the most complicated German sentence that can ever encounter you concerning the amount of verbs in one sentence. See here, in this sentence you have basically 5 verbs. You have the verb of werden, you have the verb of gemacht, which is the partizip II of machen. You have worden sein, which are 2 verbs. The one is for the support of the perfect form, of the past 2 form, and worden is the participle form of werden. And then you have the modal verb können. This is a sentence that would roughly translate as the travel will, like future, the travel will until winter have been possibly can done. The winter will until winter have been like possible to be done, for example, possibly or possible. It's not translatable to English. It doesn't exist in English in that way. But this practically says in a possible situation of the future. That's why we use können. Können like is the Konjunktiv II form. That means could, like it could be possibly done, like if this and this happens, or if this and this condition is met, like something, or here the travel could be done in future, and here it could have been done. That means in the future, and which is here the winter, so until the winter, it is finished. So the journey finished until the winter. So the journey could have been finished until winter in the future. So that is basically a sentence that is mainly used to plan something. So we are planning possibilities for the future, and therefore we plan their time limits. That's why we have bis winter. And in this case, we're planning the possibility of finishing a journey until the winter. If you have any questions about the content of the sentence, then please check out the A2.1 level, where you will find everything about the passive and the times and all their forms for you to have a complete overview of this. But here we are focusing on the positions of the verbs. And you see here I marked you 4 positions. Position number 1, position number 2, 3, and 4. Now these positions are representing priorities. That means position number 1 has the highest priority, position number 2 the second, third, and fourth priority. The priority is set here on a list with 4 points. That means if you have one of these verbs here, then you can see the priority of the verb. So the highest priority are always any form of werden, like the future form will, like ich werde, I will, or the Konjunktiv II form of würden, would be, I would be. If you have würden or werden in the sentence as the form of the future or the conjunctive, then they have the highest priority. That means they automatically go to position number 1. If you do not have werden or würden in the sentence, but you have a modal verb, then the modal verb has the second highest priority. So then the modal verb would go to position number 1 if there would be no werden in the sentence. So for example, die Reise kann, like the form of können, die Reise kann bis Winter gemacht worden sein. But if you have both verbs, like you have die werden and die können in the sentence, then the werden takes the position number 1 and the können goes to the position number 2. This is what I call the revolver priority effect. It is like you can imagine this to be a revolver, you know, this old term pistol, like a revolver has bullets like this, and this bullet is to be shot. So if this is shot, then the next bullet goes in its position and is also shot. So this is like a priority revolver with the most important position, like the bullet to be shot here. And if this bullet is not existing, then the other bullet takes its place. So like a priority list, priority revolver. Okay, that's just a metaphor I use. Yeah, it's not an official grammar term. Okay, so and the priority goes on. So on the third priority is the past 2. So you are putting the haben or the sein in the position number 1 if there's no modal verb or future verb. That also goes for the past perfect time form, so the supportive verb haben or sein comes there. And if none of the above is in the sentence, but just the main verb, then the main verb comes here. For example, die Reise, or ich mache die Reise, I make the journey, ich mache die Reise. So then that would be at the position number 1. Yeah, and the other thing you always need to keep in mind, it is always just one German verb that is changing its form based on the subject. So the subject here, die Reise, which is the journey, which is it, so the third person singular, it, and then die werden is turning to wird, because of the it. So the it s influences the form of the werden, but it is only for the verb that is in position number 1. All the other verbs here in the back, they do not change their form. They stay the same way. Like for example, können here in position number 2 is the infinitive. It stays infinitive, können. And worden sein, here sein is infinitive. And worden stays in the participle II form, as well as number 4, gemacht, stays in the participle II form. So if now, for example, there would be no werden in the sentence, but a können, then the können would be at that position, and können would be then die Reise kann. Die Reise kann, because es, die Reise, or sie, die Reise. So the third person singular comes here. And all the other verbs that are not in position number 1, they do not change their form. They stay in the infinitive, which you see here. Yeah, infinitive if not position 1. Infinitive or participle II if not position 1. And here again, infinitive if not position 1. And that's all you need to know. It looks quite complicated if you see it the first time. Okay, I mean, I never saw this written in any book, so I made it by myself, so you probably see it the first time. But in general, besides maybe you being shocked, this pattern here is an ultra easy guide for you, because you just need to check what verbs exist in the sentence that you're dealing with, and then you check the position. So if you, for example, have a sentence like I have been in Germany, and you want to translate this to German, and you wonder where the verbs are now coming, then the answer is like have been is German bin gewesen, have been. And now you ask yourself, where do I put these verbs in the sentence? And then you check, aha, have been. Is this a form of werden or würden? No, it is not. So we cancel this option. Is have been a modal verb like can, must, should, and so on? No, it is not. So we cancel this option. Is have been a past II form of haben and sein? Yes, we have here the sein form bin, and then we have the participle II gewesen, which is the past II. That is indeed the case. So that must be number 3, the third priority. So let's look here now, the third priority. We have not die können, not die werden. So it must be the sein that goes in the position number 1. So therefore, by the logic now, we're just taking the sein at the position number 1, which leads you to ich bin, and then comes all the rest of the sentence, as you see here, for example, bis Winter, yeah, all the rest information, here the rest information is in Germany, ich bin in Deutschland, and then at the last position comes this werden, or worden in this case, so here it is gewesen, so you put the verb at the very last, gewesen, and that's how this pattern here tells you where you have to put the verbs. Yeah. So to make this easy short again for you, you are just following this pattern by cutting out the options. If there's not a werden, you don't need this. If there's not a modal verb, you don't need this. If there's a past II form, then you need this, like a revolver, to be put on the first position. And that's it. That's how you do the sentences. Yeah. If you have 2 sentences in a German sentence only, two verbs, then the rule is very easy. At the first position comes always the supportive verb like haben oder sein or werden, and then at the end comes the actual main verb. But if you have more complicated sentences, then refer to this pattern. And that's it about the verb structure. Now let's head to the next 3 possibilities in German how to form a sentence, with the negation to be the next topic. So negation means to say no. To say no in all the variations in German. And to train how to say no, we are taking our standard sentence that we had above. So the sentence from far up, this one, we are taking now down here. And now we are analyzing what options there are to say no. The most classical one to say no is just to put the not behind the verb. So I drive not. In English, I don't drive. In German, we say I drive not. So where would you put it here? The not, the German nicht. Stop the video and think about it. The answer is nicht comes here after the verb. So ich fahre nicht. I drive not. But you can also emphasize other information to be not true or to deny them. For example, how would you deny Italy, the location? Let's say all of these information here are correct, but Italy is not correct. So how would you deny Italy? The answer is, you just put the not in front of it. Ich fahre diesen Sommer mit einem Auto nicht nach Italien. So it means I drive indeed this summer with a car, but not to Italy. Like, for example, I drive to whatever, to Spain. And now in the answer, you can, for example, say, put it that way, that you emphasize a certain information. For example, nach Spanien, like to Spain, fahre ich diesen Sommer, drive I this summer. So you correct this by emphasizing the correct answer. And you emphasize then this part of the sentence that you want to correct. So here, there are two ways of saying no. Now we have also a third option to say not with a car, but this now is a bit different. I on purpose put you an ein here, like with a car. I put you a form of ein here for you to train how to say no. So how would I say no to this information, like with not a car? Now, this cannot be done with nicht. You cannot put a nicht, a not in here. You have to put a special German form of keinem Auto. You put a K in front of an ein. The easy rule is always, if there is any form of ein in the sentence and you want to say no to this object behind it, for example, here you don't drive with a car, but you drive, for example, with, let's say, a bus, yeah, or a motorcycle, then you say kein. If you have an ein in the sentence and you want to negate the object behind it, like here the car, then you put a K in front of the ein. So kein, mit keinem Auto. Now, a short excursion for you, why you use this kein compared to the not. I want to show you the following. First of all, kein you only use if you have an ein. See, ein, kein. Now, why you have this form of kein is a question, an historical grown question, but I have a theory. It's just a theory, a thought. If you compare other Indo-European languages, like German is a Germanic language in the Germanic language family, like Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, English, Icelandic, Dutch, German. These are one family group. Yeah, that's why German and English is so close to each other, because they're in the same logic. They use the same language logic. It's like, for example, they are all apps on an Android app, yeah, for example. While, for example, Latin languages like French, Italian, they are all, for example, iOS. So it's different system they work on. But even though iOS and Android is different, they both are applicable, or they both have the origin to be a system to be used for electronics. And this electronics in the language way would be the origin of the Germanic and the Latin languages together, because they all originate from the so-called Indo-European language. It's very interesting to check out on Wikipedia. Check out Indo-European language groups, Indo-European languages. So by these Indo-European languages, you see, for example, that the absolute majority of European languages, as well as a lot of Middle East languages, and even Old Sanskrit, like our days, or like original language that was bringing the language of Hindi, is based on, that all these languages are related with each other from our days, they guess, coming from the area originally of north of the Caucasus, nowadays East Ukraine and Southwest Russia. There were some people having this culture, and they spread this culture, and they were all speaking these Indo-European languages. Now, for you to have a short example, for example, if you are in Europe, the most ancient spoken language of the Indo-European ones are, for example, the Baltic states. So the Baltic states, let's say here's Poland, yeah, here is big Russia, and in between on the seaside, here's the Baltic Sea. There are the Baltic states, and two of them are speaking Baltic languages, which is by name Latvia and Lithuania. They speak Baltic languages. Now, those two languages are with the oldest spoken languages in Europe, and they are related, for example, with Greek. So Greek here is hundreds of kilometers south, completely different in the location at the Mediterranean Sea. So, for example, in Greek, you say for the word owl, palapene, if I remember correctly, palapene, you use the exact word in Lithuanian. You also say palapene, even though those languages have no geographical connection to each other. They're not neighbors. They're hundreds of kilometers away from each other. And there was no strong connection, like trading route or something that connected them for hundreds of years. So that is there because those two languages have the same ancestor, which came here from far east from Ukraine. So they still use the same logic, even though they are since hundreds, probably thousands of years separated from each other. They have the same, use the same names. Also, like Lithuanian, for example, uses for saying free, it uses tris, which in Latin is something like tri or tre, depends which Latin language, like Spanish or Italian or Portuguese or Romanian. So Lithuanian uses tris or septini. Septini or septine is Lithuanian, like sept is also in the Latin language, like Spanish or Italian. So, and that is going so far, even in India, if you speak Old Indian, which is like Sanskrit, it's like the Latin of the Indian culture. It's an ancient form of speaking, and it's only used in books, not verbally anymore. But Sanskrit, which is thousands of kilometers away from Lithuanian, uses a lot of same words because they have the same ancestors. Like, for example, in Lithuanian, ugnis means fire, and in Sanskrit it is agni, or I don't know how they spell it, agni, something like this. That is, these two languages are completely thousands of kilometers from each other away, but they still use the same language roots and often even the same words. Like if you go on Google Maps, look their location to understand how incredible this relation is. So here on Google Maps, you see the world, yeah, here China, Europe, Africa, and now look, here's Lithuania, and here's India. So in between is Iran, the Caucasus Mountains, the steppe of Central Asia. And they use the same words, here Lithuania and here India, because they share the same ancestors, which is from this region here, East Ukraine and North Caucasus. But this ancestor language was thousands of years spoken, like we're talking about 5 to 6,000 years ago. Yeah. So this gives you an idea about the connection of the origin of these words. And now my theory is the question of why we have a kein might be an ancient form in this Indo-European language, because a lot of Indo-European languages use a combination of K, I, or E and I to say something negative. For example, just giving you some popular known words of languages that are popular known, like English, for example, kill, or knight in English, which is something negative. I mean, in nowadays we perceive this as something romantic, but it was basically a warlord. People did not like to see knights at their doorstep. Or knife, which is English, but actually this is from Scandinavian origins, brought by the Vikings. You know, in Norwegian you say knife. So in English you still spell it like you pronounce it in Norwegian. So that's actually a Viking, a Scandinavian word. On German, Keller, which means cellar, is mostly not connected with something positive. Or it is neutral to negative because it is something that goes down, and goes down is often connected to negatives. Or in Lithuanian, the word karas, which means war, and war in German means Krieg. So here you see again K-I-E form, Lithuanian only the K. So it might be that putting a K in front of a word in the like 5,000 years ago meant that you negate it, that you mean it in a negative way. So it would be, for example, you can say by this logic, this is a car, and then you, or let's say apple. Apple is an easy example. So this is an apple, like a good apple, and you want to say now this is negative, to say this is not an apple or this is a bad apple. It might be that in 5,000 years ago they just put a K in front of the apple, which makes it Kappa, and Kappa was then supposed to be negative. So that might be the reason why we have in German still such a K form, but it is only used in front of such an object like an apple or a car or whatsoever. So you put a K in front to make this negative. If you do not have a K, if you do not have an ein to put a K in front, but for example, you have meine, which is a possessive pronoun, then here you already put something in front of the ein. You have an ein, so the logic would be I have to put a K in front, but you already have something in front of the ein, which is an M, so you cannot put an extra K here. You cannot put, say, meinen. That doesn't work. So here you're using the regular form of the nicht, which is like you put the nicht in front of it. Nicht meinem Auto. Nicht meinem Auto. So it would be not my car. And here it would be not a car. Now you have an overview of all the ways to say no in German, but in 99% you will always use this form, which is put the not after the verb, or you're putting a k in front of the ein. Now, the next thing for you are where to put the prefix in a sentence. Well, first of all, if you have any question about the prefix, please check out the lecture of the prefix, which explains you everything and lists the absolute most important of them. But to make it short, here, this is about the question about separable prefixes, which are separated only if there's one verb in the sentence. Look here. If we have the typical example of anrufen, that is a so-called prefix. Pre means first, so or in front. So this an is coming in front of the verb, prefix. So it fixes the meaning of the verb. An in front, and then the verb is fixed by its meaning. If you just have the verb rufen, it means to call somebody, like to call somebody by the name, like Hallo Kevin. Yeah, so you call somebody by the name, like in the Swiss Alps. Hallo. Yeah. But if you put the an in front of it, then this to call somebody by name, like shouting the name, with an it means to call somebody by phone. Anrufen means to call somebody by phone, not to call somebody by screaming his name. So this is a heavy difference, and check out the lecture about the prefixes to know all the forms. But for you, there are a lot of them, and they are very complicated. Therefore, this is a topic that is thankfully to be solved by just time. It is not a topic that you need to learn systematically because it's too difficult. You cannot remember all these vocabulary at once. It's just you get used to the prefix meaning by just listening to Germans around you. So that is a question that will be solved by time. But here the question is where to put that in a sentence. Now, there are two forms of prefixes. There's one form in which the prefix always stays at the verb. so they are always written together. These are the minority of prefixes, but thankfully this minority of prefixes that stays together all the time is used in the absolute majority. So there are only some prefixes which stay together, but they're used most of the time. So they are the easy ones. The non-easy ones, like anrufen, are used less time, and for them the rule goes like this. If I say I call, for example, my friend, I call my friend. How would I say this in German? I call my friend. Stop the video here and translate. The answer is ich rufe meinen Freund an. Ich rufe meinen Freund, so that comes here in between, meinen Freund an. Ich rufe meinen Freund an. So now you see here that the verb rufen and an is separated. And the rule is that if the prefix is to be separated, then the prefix always comes at the very, very end of a sentence. At the very end. It does not matter what is in the sentence, the prefix, if it is separatable, it is always at the complete end of a sentence. Even if you have these complicated forms of the verbs, then even though you cannot use it here because the anrufen would be stand on position number 4 and you write it together. But even if the sentence is endless long, like for example here, like this is quite a long sentence. Ich fahre diesen Sommer mit einem Auto nach Italien. If you would say I call this summer by phone to Italy, it would be ich rufe diesen Sommer mit einem Telefon nach Italien an. So the an comes at the very end of any sentence in German, at the very, very end. And that's all you need to know about the location of the prefix. It is just at the very end of any sentence if you separate the prefix. And when you separate the prefix, you will find out in the lecture about the prefixes. Now, let's go to the last, the category number 7, which is if you have an action verb that requires a person. For example, you can say to present somebody something. I present whatever, a Christmas gift, yeah, or an ice cream in summer. I present an ice cream. So now you can say I present ice cream, but you can also say I present it to a person, like I present the man the ice cream, we would say in German. In English, like I present the ice cream to the man. So how to use this? Look at this overview here. This is the monster overview of the same kind of sentence that we have, like ich schenke, I present this summer the computer in Italy. Now, you're all used to the normal sentence structure that you learned very up here. It's basically the same sentence structure. But if you now want to say you present this to whom, which needs a dative, to a person, like to the man or to him, then this comes directly after the verb. I present the computer to the man is in German, I present the man the computer. And all the rest of the sentence stays the same, like I present the man this summer the computer in Italy. In English it would be I present the computer this summer in Italy to the man, yeah? Or I present the computer to the man this summer in Italy. So this is a very strict rule how to form the sentence. It is that the subject of the action direction, like here present, is in the direction of the man. This comes directly after the verb. And that is all to say what there is about the sentence structure of the main sentence. And now in the next lecture, you will learn how to form the side sentence. Now, what I would recommend you is to keep this lecture as well as the next lecture on your phone, always available on your smartphone as a PDF form to always be able to look over it, because these overviews make the German life way easier for you. You just, whenever you have a question, you check this over and you're reminded, I have to put the sentence position here, the verb position here, or I have to put a prefix at the very end, or this is how I put the nicht. So everything is on one sheet. It's super easy to use for you. Then put this overview on your phone, and I hope it's going to save you a lot of troubles. And I'm looking forward to guide you into the next chapter, the Nebensätze. See you on board soon again. I welcome you. Give me 1 minute of your time and you will change 100 lives. Just 60 seconds of your time to change 100 lives. If you feel that this course gives you a great value in your life, that gives you a gift, a skill that you can really use for something, then help other people, other students, your fellows, to get this gift as well, at least to see this gift, which is by giving this course a 5-star rating. Give this course a 5-star rating to let other people see that it is a great gift to learn. How to do that is quite easy. Look at this. You have your course. Let's say this is your German course. You click on the course, and up in the right corner, you leave a rating. You click on leave a rating. You give it 5 stars. You write what you like about it. For example, great structure. Then you save and continue. Then you click yes or you say no, whatever you liked about the course. Save and continue. Save and exit. And that's it. That's how you did so. Now you changed literally 100 lives because of one 5-star rating. It is an average that hundreds of others see the course from a different light, especially with your comment. And also, way more important for me is for you to have better courses in future. Please write me what can be improved about the course in the chat. Write me, hey Kevin, this and this we can do better, that and that was not that good, so I can improve the things. That's of great help for other people. Now, why do I reach you out first about the 5-star? What is so important about this? Well, it's not changing the price of the course whatsoever. It is just that there are two strange reasons that the 5-star review from your side is so important. The first reason is that if you are a private person and do not have a big corporation behind you, then you depend totally on the 5-star reviews. Logically, isn't it? But if there is a very big corporation behind this, like other courses have, then they can practically buy their 5-star reviews, because they can just ask other people to give them 5 stars, so it looks better on the overview, and that is a huge problem because this course is not buying 5-star reviews. So therefore, it is of great support to give 5 stars to the small courses all around, also to the other courses that you have, not only this one here, but other courses that you have on the platform. Give it 5 stars if you find it a good material. Then the other strange reason is a mathematical phenomena. Now look at this. Let's say there are 10 people who give a review. 9 people give a 5-star review. Yeah? But there is only one person who gives a 1-star review. Now, in total, that means that the course has a 4.6 rating, just because one person did not like it, which is understandable. Absolutely, if somebody doesn't like it, he can give a 1-star. But the thing is, the whole average goes down so much because of one person. Now the problem comes, why do people give the bad votes? I made experience like that. I couldn't believe that some people wrote me, like whenever somebody gives a review, I ask them, hey, what can we do better? And some people answered me with, well, I had problems with the settings of the platform, or I had problems with the payment method, which, well, this has nothing to do with the course. This is a German course and not an IT like online course. There's nothing this course can do about this. This is some complete different reason. So because some people mistake the settings of the course or whatsoever, some things that have nothing to do with the course, they give a bad review, so other people then see the bad reviews and they think, well, to learn German is difficult, or this course is not whatever well doing. Well, this has nothing to do with the course. So it is normal that there are always such people voting down for complete other reasons than the course, and therefore to prevent that these votes put all our votes completely down, it is of extreme importance that we give a 5-star review. So all the courses that you like on this platform, that you think have a great value, first, give them a 5-star rating, and second, write the person what they can do better so that we know what we can improve. We teachers, we instructors, that is of incredible importance to develop. And in future, we can do better videos and also upgrade the course that you look at the moment, so it will improve also your course and it will help all the people around. So in this sense, I say Dankeschön, thank you for your time watching this. Dhanyavad, shukran, sheshe, and give this course a 5-star rating to support other people. Dankeschön. Welcome to another journey of Let's Make German Easy Again. Today with the topic of the comma setting. So this small symbol here, the comma, is bringing a lot of headache to a lot of people. When do you put this small symbol in between what words and how and so on? Now, there are several rules in German which are, they are complicated. Even for me as a language teacher and a mother tongue, they are very complicated. So what I did is I took those rules and formulated them in 6 easy to understand packages. But these 6 are not all the rules there are. There are actually a minimum 2 more cases missing in these rules, but you don't need these other 2. They are just so complicated and so rarely used that you would only need to use them when you're, for example, writing a book or something. But if you're not an author or working as a journalist writing in German, then you very likely do not need this. And in any case, you still have Duden.de with its automatic correction system where you can see which comma is missing. So most important is now that you know these 6, which are roughly 99% of all the cases, all the situations where you need to set a comma. And the first situation is if you have an enumeration. So basically you're saying this, and that, which is ich habe Salz, Butter, Kartoffeln und Öl eingekauft. So I bought, or I have bought salt, butter, potatoes, and oil. So here, because you are enumerating, like here, numerating is with the Latin word number in it. In German, it means Nummer, die Nummer, the number. So you're just saying this, and this. So you always put a comma in between. Only at the end you put an end for showing that this is the end of the list that you're saying. So that is pretty easy. That's the same like in English. I bought a car, a house, whatever, a course. Yeah. So you always put a comma in between. Now the next case, the next package for you is when you are having an explanatory addition. What does that mean? Look here, it's quite easy. So you're adding an information after a noun or a name. For example, ich gebe das Auto Thomas. I give the car to Thomas. And then I want to describe Thomas further. So I say, meinem Freund aus der Nachbarschaft. My friend from the neighborhood. So this comma after Thomas says all the other things here are a description of Thomas, of the name Thomas. So I give the car to Thomas, my friend from the neighborhood. So the comma is directly after the noun that you want to describe and then follows the description. Then there can be, besides descriptions of names, like of people, there can be also descriptions of dates. For example, I give the car on Wednesday. Ich gebe das Auto am Mittwoch, den 10. April, the 10th of April. So I give the car on Wednesday, the 10th of April. Or you give information about the location. It is he parks the car in front of my house. Er parkt das Auto vor meinem Haus. And that is the name street. In German we say Str for Straße, which means street. So Hauptstraße, the name of the street is Main Street. Number 12 in, for example, Hamburg. Hauptstraße 12 in Hamburg. So he parks the car in front of my house, and then after house comes the comma, because everything else here is the description of the location of my house. My house in this example is then located in this Hauptstraße 12 in Hamburg. I don't know if this address exists. Yeah. This is just invented now. Okay, so these are the explanatory additions. So you explain something, you put a comma after what you want to explain, and then you add the information. So that is one package. This both logics so far, this one and this one are both applicable, or they can be used in English as well. In English, you also say, I give the car to Thomas, my best friend of the neighborhood. You can also say my best Thomas, who is the best friend of my neighborhood, but you can also just say my best friend from the neighborhood. Now, the third one is to have literal speech marked, which is in German, if a sentence continues after a quote is done, like after the quote. For example, I give Thomas the car, and then you put the comma, says my friend. So this means what is said here is said by this person, the person, my friend, whoever that is. Yeah? I give Thomas the car, comma, says my friend. So that's the third option where you use the comma. Then the fourth option is super simple and used every time when you write a letter or an email. It is how to salute to somebody. Yeah? So a salutation, a letter or an email goes as following in German, with a comma included. Sehr geehrte Frau, sehr geehrter Herr. So that means dear Miss or Mrs. and dear Mr. We don't have a difference between Mrs. and Miss anymore in German, so don't use it. Just say Frau, which means dear Miss, or Mrs. can mean both. And then you are putting the title, that's very important, the title and then the name of the person. We Germans are extremely about titles, and that is a long tradition of our strong hierarchical society past. So you can have, for example, titles like sehr geehrter Herr Professor, Doktor, Doktor der Philosophie oder der Medizin. Then you can have military title, for example, der Medizin, Leutnant der Reserve, like lieutenant of the reserve unit, but that is very rarely nowadays that you are addressing this. This is still done in Austria, as by my best knowledge, but not so much in Germany anymore. And then, for example, Müller, yeah? Mr. Müller. So that's how long an addressing can be. And believe it or not, but I have seen such long one already often, especially in the academic field. So I will copy you this down as an example. Yeah, again, this means the short form of professor. This is PhD, PhD of philosophy, PhD of medical, lieutenant of the reserve unit, Mr. Müller. Okay, then, so this is now how you address a letter, but absolute 99% of the time you're just saying, sehr geehrte Frau, sehr geehrter Herr, and then the name, Müller or Frau Schmidt. And then you're putting the comma, and now important, the new start here starts with a big letter. Always, it doesn't matter what word comes here, it starts with a big letter. Now, the end is the same game. You say with best greetings, with a comma, and then you say your name, like Herr, and then your name, last name. It must be a last name. So this stands for the last name. Herr Müller, for example, if your name is Müller. But what I would recommend you, a small insider, what I made very good experience with, is the following. We Germans are, let's say, we are very formal, but not very polite. We are very direct. And in general, Germans do not really appreciate the work of other Germans. It's very often that you hear a thank you in German that comes out of the heart. It's just if somebody gives you something, then the other person just accepts it, often saying no thank you at all, or just saying very shortly, Dankeschön. But that doesn't come out of the heart. So if you show Germans that you really appreciate their work, then they often appreciate it back. Or as I always say, give respect if you want to get respect. So that's why I would say at the last sentence, I would change the last sentence to something that really appreciates the work of these people. Because if you read a letter 100 times per day with this sehr geehrte, you're just like, not again, yeah? Or mit freundlichen Grüßen, actually those people, the most people who write a lot of letters or emails do not even read this anymore because it's always the same. It's very boring. So let's have some innovative thing. How about writing a thank you for your time? Thank you for your time. This comes from Mr. or Mrs., if your name is Müller, for example. Eh? So, vielen Dank für Ihre Zeit. This is something very unique. I'm the only person who, I mean, at least I'm the only person who I ever met in the German speaking group who does that, and I always feel a good effect because I mean it out of my heart because these people spend their time for me, and time is something that is irreplaceable. Money can be replaced, time not. Yeah, at one point our life is ending, so this is something irreplaceable, and I'm very thankful that people spend time for me. So and then I say, thanks for your time. So I would recommend you to write this instead of this permanent mit freundlichen Grüßen because nobody reads that. And it's what does it mean mit freundlichen Grüßen? Like, what is freundlich? Like happy or nice? I mean, as you're just exchanging working details most of the time. Good. Then, now we have two more options. And these two options are not going to be explained in this chapter as we have other chapters for them. So the option is that you have in zu and infinitive. And to see this zu and infinitive in all its explanation, then please watch the lecture zu plus infinitive of the German language. Watch this lecture and you will be explained how that works, and you see that you always need a comma for that. And the same also goes for the so-called conjunctions, which I made a full lecture about. The conjunctions are therefore in one lecture, which you see all the ways they work, all the options. So please watch this lecture to understand how to use a comma there. But it's also very easy. You just have the conjunction word, and in front of the conjunction word, you put a comma. But you will see this in the lecture. So see all the conjunctions listed in 3 columns, 3 packages in the lecture of conjunctions of the German language. And there are only 2 conjunctions in the all-day life that you use where you don't need a comma. And these are the 2. It's and oder. Und oder. So when you have these, you don't need to put a comma. And that's it. Now you have 6 packages when to use the comma, and these are the packages that you need. All the other packages are not of importance for you if besides or but if you want to become an author. Yeah, but if you want to become an author, then you're going to study on a university anyway, and they will teach you all of that. But here it is super simple. Yeah, just those 6 fields, and that's it. So this big mystery of how to put a comma when and where are in 99% of all the things that you see put in these 6 packages. Now, what I would recommend you to do is opening a German source. Any reading in the internet, go on Google and Google anything German, and then check where they put the commas and find out which of these 6 packages is the reason that they put the comma there. For you to train to read the comma, because you need more to read and understand the comma than actually to put it yourself. Because most of the time I hope you write simple sentences that you don't need a comma in most things. So here's a side note. Whenever you write something in German, that's something that goes for life. A life rule, KISS, which is keep it short and simple. Keep it short and simple. The KISS rule, keep it short and simple. Or as some other people say, keep it simple stupid or stupid simple. So if you write sentences, just always write main sentences and don't use side sentences. That makes things too complicated because the sentence structure changes, you have to put a comma, so there is a higher chance, a higher risk that you make mistakes, and people will actually understand you less well if you write these complicated side sentences structures. Just write it with main sentences like this, and then you don't need most of the time the comma, besides if you just write an email here or if you want to list something. And that's it. That's all about the comma. It's not that difficult. Now go out, get the German source, read the German source, and check where the commas are standing and why. I thank you for your time, and we see in less than 10 minutes this complicated comma topic was indeed simplified. I hope to see you in the next lecture. I welcome you back on board. So in the last lecture, you learned how to form the main sentences in German. Now, logically, we are going to have a lecture about the side sentences, which are not that difficult if you put them in the right structure. So let's make German easy again today with the topic of how to formulate the conjunctions, which from Latin conjunctio, which means connection, is describing the side sentences. So in German Nebensätze. Neben means to at the side. Sätze, sentences, so the side sentences. The side sentences are basically, in the most situations, what is after a comma. So comma, blah, 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 blah. So this is the side sentence, besides some exceptions with the comma, which you will learn in the lecture of how to set the commas. These are the side sentences. Now let's have, first of all, an overview what an idle side sentence looks like what we would call a regular side sentence. So that is an example of a monster side sentence that I put on purpose in the longest form there can be. So you have everything in one sentence. So this would be a regular side sentence, which has the following form. You have the main sentence here. Ich kenne eine Option, which is I know an option. And then comma, the side sentence begins here. So the side sentence is structured as following. You have the subject. In this case, it is die Reparatur. Then you have the time bis in den Winter, until the winter, das Objekt, so the object, which means what is done or how is it done. So here with a Profi, which means with a professional. In German, we call a professional just Profi. Then the location, Ort, here in Berlin. And then comes the priority of the verbs. That is something you learned already in the last chapter, that there are 4 positions of verbs. And the only difference is now, in the main sentence, the verb comes after the subject. But here in a regular side sentence, the verb comes at the very end of the sentence, the main verb. So the priority of verbs starts like a revolver, but this time the first position is here. So that is the only difference of what you learned so far. The rest is all the same. The subject, time, object, and place stays where it is, and the verbs have the same priority list, same positions. Besides, the first place, the most important one, is now at the very end. And that is because of the comma. So the comma puts the verb at the very end. So if we would translate this sentence now, oh my gosh, let me think. It would be something like, I know an option how the repair until the winter can be done with a professional in Berlin. Or if we translate the verbs, it would be could been done in the future. That's not translatable, like will could be done. That would be the verb translation. Yeah. So that these complicated verb forms, this is so extremely rarely that I can give you already the let's say the good wish, but more the promise that you would never ever see or hear such a verb constellation in German, because this is like the ultra worst of the worst. This is academical level. Yeah? I had to think a long time to formulate this crazy sentence. But these verbs are possible to be, as we have here, the will future meets a potential like can, a modal verb that again meets that something will be done in the passive form plus being done. So it means being done passively, like something is done with it, and this is an option. It could be done, and this can be done in the future. So in English, it would be something like will be possible to be done in the future. Will be possible to be done. So this is now the structure of side sentence. And again, this extreme verb constellation you will never encounter. It's just here for your understanding what priorities and what positions they are maximum in Germany. And all the other things here are just a regular sentence with the same sentence order, but it's just after a comma. So the only thing that changes is the position of the verb. It would be like a regular idle side sentence. But besides this side sentence structure, we have three ways in which the verb is changing its position, three options. And we will now go through all of them for you to understand all the options there are, all the options you have to formulate a side sentence in German. The first category is what I would call a normal sentence structure, normale Satzstruktur of a side sentence. That is not an official grammar expression. In general, all these sheets that you have here are not from a book or in any way official taught at universities. This is all just the own structure that I give the German grammar. So a normal sentence structure is what I would define as a sentence structure that is like a normal regular main sentence, which is like this. Here an example. A sentence structure activated by the word und, which means and, und. So here in this sentence, you have a main sentence, which is ich sitze im Büro. So subject, verb, ich sitze, and then location im Büro. That's a normal sentence order as you're used to. Like a regular sentence order that you learned in the last lecture with the first sentence. Subject, verb, and then comes the rest. Now, the end here is activating the side sentence in the way of structuring it as an absolute normal sentence with subject first, then comes the verb, then comes the rest. In all the other groups that you will see later here on the right side, the verb changes the position, but here the verb keeps the second position. The second position is for the verb with all these side sentence types that we will write down here. So that is the typical idle side sentence of what I would call a normal sentence structure. Normal means subject and verb, first the subject, second the verb. And here I also wrote you down now all the variations there are. So you have the subject, the verb, and then the rest of the sentence. The rest of the sentence is defined as these things here, like time, object, and location. Yeah, that is the rest of the sentence. But that's now not the main point here. The main point is where the verb stands, because that is going to change with the three categories that we have. But all the other options I wrote you down as well. For example, if you want to say no in the sentence, then you put the no after the verb. Ich lerne nicht Deutsch. I do not learn German. Or if you have a prefix sentence, like a prefix, if you don't know what a prefix is, then check out the lecture about prefix. It explains everything. Prefix is basically a small addition that comes to a word and changes its meaning. Like here, the an is a prefix. You can say anrufen. If you say rufen is to call somebody, like by the voice, hello, and then call the name. But if you anrufen, it means you call somebody via phone. So anrufen changes as a prefix the meaning of the sentence. And in addition for you, what I also added now are the positions of the reflexive forms. Like if you say, he calls me, or in the reflexive, I call myself. I call myself. Self is the reflexive. Well, to call yourself doesn't really make sense. Maybe you lost your phone and you search it. Yeah, but just as an example, call yourself is rufe mich an. I rufe, call mich, myself an. I call myself. Yeah, anrufen here the prefix in combination, and this is the myself. So this would be in the regular sentence structure of the side sentence after the verb. Good. Let's go systematically over these sentences and let's make a training out of them. I will always ask you to stop the video and translate. So you start then to write down the sentence and translate it, and then you continue playing the video so you see if you were correct or not. So for our first sentence, we are using the word but. But. What means but in German? Like I do this, but I don't do that. So that would be aber. Aber. Now how do you translate the weather is good, but I am lazy and do nothing? The weather is good, but I'm lazy and do nothing. So stop the video here, write the sentence down, translate it, and see if you were correct. The answer of translation is, das Wetter ist gut, the weather is good, aber ich bin faul und mache nichts. Das Wetter ist gut, aber ich bin faul und mache nichts. So here you see again, subject, verb comes after each other. Now, the next word for you to discover that activates the normal sentence structure is the word of except. Except. In German, außer, except. So how would I say in German, I drive during the summer or in the summer to Italy. I drive in the summer to Italy, except Corona is still not over. Except Corona is still not over. I drive in the summer to Italy, except Corona is still not over. So the answer is, so please stop the video here and translate it, write it down, and then continue. The answer is for you to check, ich fahre im Sommer nach Italien, außer Corona ist nicht vorüber. Vorüber is like over. Außer Corona ist nicht vorüber. Next for you to discover is the word of despite. Despite. In German, doch. Despite. For example, how would I say, I do not like it, despite, or despite that, I do it. I do not like it, despite that, I do it. How would you say this? The answer is, ich mag das nicht, I don't like it. Doch, ich mache das, but I do it. Like, despite of that, I do it. Ich mag das nicht, doch ich mache das. Now we're going to have a small excursion. For another meaning of doch, we need to understand the German mentality. It is sometimes that you hear Germans saying doch without any addition, without any sentence. They just say doch, which is that they say that you are contra to their opinion. So if you are talking to a German and the German just tells you doch, then they just want to point out that you are contra, so against their opinion, and they don't want to discuss this further. They set their point about this, and even if you give them arguments that are obviously on your favor, they still block you. They're saying doch. So let's say there is a person A and there is a person B. And the person A is talking to the person B and has very good reasons why person B is not correct in what he says. Let's say person A has statistics and research and so on, and person B is just saying something without statistic. So it is very obvious that person A is correct, but still person B says doch, which just means he's basically saying you can have whatever opinion you have, but I will still not change my opinion. That is a cultural misunderstanding of a lot of people. If a German says doch, it practically means I understand what you said, but now I am at my limit. I don't want to hear anything anymore. That is a very formal way of not getting emotional about the argument, the different opinion, and this is a clear sign for you to stop talking about this topic. It doesn't matter how right you are, it's just you should stop talking about this topic. Why it is that way? Well, we Germans are very well functional, educated. So you give a German a task and he's doing it perfectly. But Germans are therefore thinking always in a box, always in a frame. They need their perfect order, their perfect structure. If you are taking away this frame for them, then the Germans are often struggling because they always want to focus on their micro job and not on the overall chaos around them, which in German there's not so much chaos. But if you are having now the situation of two different opinions hitting each other, that is practically chaos if somebody starts to argue. And we Germans are not very well educated in arguing, in being in chaotic situations in our school system. We always have our desk, we have to sit there, everything is in order. So therefore, we Germans are not very well doing with discussing matters. It is often that Germans are getting emotionally overwhelmed and just want to dodge the situation, they want to get out of it, and that's why they say doch. So you cannot expect a German to negotiate with you or argue with you or whatsoever. And if you hear the word doch, then it clearly means stop the conversation here. The German has enough. It's like for him, this topic is over. He will continue how he wants to do it. Even if this is stubborn and stupid, what he's doing, it doesn't matter. He will continue doing and not listening to you anymore. So therefore, if you hear the doch without any other thing said, just telling German, hey, we can do it this or that way. And then the German answers you, for example, yes, I understand. Doch. Or he says, doch, we will do it that way. Or he just say doch without anything else. Then he means conversation is over. So that is an important hint for you. Never continue if the doch, the word here, is coming as a single word. Yeah. Good. Then the word of oder, or. How would I say, I drive into the office or we call via phone. I drive into the office or we call via phone. How would I say this? Please stop the video here and translate. The answer is, ich fahre ins Büro oder wir telefonieren per Skype. Or per Skype or per Telefon. Ja? Ich fahre ins Büro oder wir telefonieren per Skype oder Telefon. Then another word that activates the sentence structure is rather, sondern. How would I say, I don't like pop music, rather I like classical music. I don't like pop music, rather I like classical music. The answer is, ich mag Popmusik nicht, I don't like it, sondern ich mag klassische Musik. Rather I like classical music. Now we're going to have a small excursion. For another meaning of doch, we need to understand the German mentality. It is sometimes that you hear Germans saying doch without any addition, without any sentence. They just say doch, which is that they say that you are contra to their opinion. So if you are talking to a German and the German just tells you doch, then they just want to point out that you are contra, so against their opinion, and they don't want to discuss this further. They set their point about this, and even if you give them arguments that are obviously on your favor, they still block you. They're saying doch. So let's say there is a person A and there is a person B. And the person A is talking to the person B and has very good reasons why person B is not correct in what he says. Let's say person A has statistics and research and so on, and person B is just saying something without statistic. So it is very obvious that person A is correct, but still person B says doch, which just means he's basically saying you can have whatever opinion you have, but I will still not change my opinion. That is a cultural misunderstanding of a lot of people. If a German says doch, it practically means I understand what you said, but now I am at my limit. I don't want to hear anything anymore. That is a very formal way of not getting emotional about the argument, the different opinion, and this is a clear sign for you to stop talking about this topic. It doesn't matter how right you are, it's just you should stop talking about this topic. Why it is that way? Well, we Germans are very well functional, educated. So you give a German a task and he's doing it perfectly. But Germans are therefore thinking always in a box, always in a frame. They need their perfect order, their perfect structure. If you are taking away this frame for them, then the Germans are often struggling because they always want to focus on their micro job and not on the overall chaos around them, which in German there's not so much chaos. But if you are having now the situation of two different opinions hitting each other, that is practically chaos. If somebody starts to argue. And we Germans are not very well educated in arguing, in being in chaotic situations in our school system. We always have our desk, we have to sit there, everything is in order. So therefore, we Germans are not very well doing with discussing matters. It is often that Germans are getting emotionally overwhelmed and just want to dodge the situation, they want to get out of it, and that's why they say doch. So you cannot expect a German to negotiate with you or argue with you or whatsoever. And if you hear the word doch, then it clearly means stop the conversation here. The German has enough. It's like for him, this topic is over. He will continue how he wants to do it. Even if this is stubborn and stupid, what he's doing, it doesn't matter. He will continue doing and not listening to you anymore. So therefore, if you hear the doch without any other thing said, just you're telling German, hey, we can do it this or that way. And then the German answers you, for example, yes, I understand. Doch. Or he says, doch, we will do it that way. Or he just say doch without anything else. Then he means conversation is over. So that is an important hint for you. Never continue if the doch, the word here, is coming as a single word. Yeah. Good. Then the word of or. How would I say, I drive into the office or we call via phone. I drive into the office or we call via phone. How would I say this? Please stop the video here and translate. The answer is, ich fahre ins Büro oder wir telefonieren per Skype. Or per Skype or per Telefon. Ja? Ich fahre ins Büro oder wir telefonieren per Skype oder Telefon. Then another word that activates the sentence structure is rather, sondern. How would I say, I don't like pop music, rather I like classical music. I don't like pop music, rather I like classical music. The answer is, ich mag Popmusik nicht, I don't like it, sondern ich mag klassische Musik. Rather I like classical music. Now, the last one on this side, on this list, is denn, which is formal because of. It's the formal one. The informal you will get to know as the next, but first we deal with the formal one. So can you translate me? Mr. Müller is not at work because he is ill. Mr. Müller is not at work because he is ill. Mr. Müller is not at work because he is ill. Stop the video here and translate the answer. Herr Müller ist nicht auf der Arbeit, denn er ist krank. Herr Müller ist nicht auf der Arbeit, denn er ist krank. So that is the formal way of saying because. As you see here, it's clearly in a work frame because we're talking about, hey, my colleague is not at work, he is ill. And we say Herr Müller, so Mr. Müller. So that's the formal way of saying so. Good. That is all about the normal sentence structure. And now, as we discussed the formal because, we now discuss the informal because. And the informal because leads us to the second category, which is the category of the verb to be at the end of the sentence. Das Verb am Ende des Satzes. The verb to be at the end of the sentence. So the second category is bringing us a small change, one change, which is that the verb is at the end of the sentence. So the sentence structure of the second category is that you put the verb at the last place in the sentence. The verb stands at the last place. So let's compare with the first type, the normal sentence structure, category 1. Here the verb stands behind the subject, and in the new to learn form, the verb stands at the very end. So all the words we will list now here are going to put the verb at the end of the sentence. So for you to have your first example, how would I say, my friend is not at work because he is ill. My friend is not at work because he is ill. Stop the video here and translate the sentence. The answer is, mein Freund ist nicht auf der Arbeit, weil er krank ist. Weil er krank ist. So when the weil appears, then the verb is out of nowhere at the end. So it is brought from this position to this position at the very last. And this sentence structure is the most common sentence structure of the side sentences, and the most words are activating these side sentences. So the list here will be the longest, and that's also why here in the idle, the regular sentence structure, we have an example where the main verb is at the very end, because indeed this is the case for the most side sentences. So if you are not sure which category the word is activating, so if you don't know, for example, if weil is activating the first or the second, or later you will see the third, then just take the second, because that is the highest chance of being correct, because the most sentences, the most side sentences are of the second kind. So it's a numbers game. Let's go to our second word, before, before, almost like in English, before, before. How would I say, I go and shower, like I shower myself, we say in German. I go and shower before I go to the office. I go and shower before I go to the office. Ich dusche mich, bevor ich ins Büro fahre. Ich dusche mich, bevor ich ins Büro fahre. And how would I use the word als, which is in English when, compared to another when, which is wenn. So both words are translated to be when in English, but the crucial difference is that als is only used in the past. So you can say als is the past form of when, and wenn in German is used only for the presence, for the present time, or for the future. So both words mean the same, but they have a different usage. Usage of als is past, usage of when is present or future. Now, how would I say, I played soccer when I was a child, or I have played soccer when I was a child. So this form, how would you say this? I have played soccer when I was a child. Please stop the video here and translate this. The answer is, ich habe Fußball gespielt, als ich ein Kind war. Ich habe Fußball gespielt, als ich ein Kind war. Now the second one is to be translated as I will, so the future, I will go parachute jumping when I will be adult. I will do or go parachute jumping when I will be adult. The answer here is, ich werde Fallschirm springen, wenn ich erwachsen sein werde. Ich werde Fallschirm springen, wenn ich erwachsen sein werde. So here werde is the main verb, or the position number one verb is at the very end. Good. Then we are going to the word of bis, until. How would I say? I stay in the office until I've finished everything. I stay in the office until I've finished everything. The answer? Ich bleibe im Büro, bis ich alles erledigt habe. Ich bleibe im Büro, bis ich alles erledigt habe. Then a very common word is das, like in English, that, das. It's very important. How would I say? He told me that he will come today. He told me that he will come today. The answer? Hat mir gesagt, so past to, hat mir gesagt, dass heute kommen wird. Dass heute kommen wird, future, at the very end. The next one is a very slight distinction that is indeed important. It sounds like a small detail, but it is an important detail. The distinction between these two words, which is damit and so dass. Both translate as so that, but the damit is basically the so that form of giving a logical reason why I do something. For example, I ring the bell so that the person can hear me, or the person opens the door. I ring the bell so that somebody is coming and open me the door. While the so das is not a logical reasoning, but it is a logical causing how I want to cause the result. For example, I ring the door so that the door opens. I ring the door so that the door opens. There is a slight difference. In the damit, I'm basically giving a legitimation of what I do, mostly in connection with social aspects, like I do this so that the person reacts like that, or that it is fine that the person reacts like this. Like, for example, I give you my hand so that you trust me. And in this so that, I'm giving more a technical causing and effect relation. Like, I push the button A so that B happens. That is mostly an unsocial and more technical thing. So how would I, for example, say, I'm asking for the invoice so that I can pay faster. I'm asking for the invoice so that I can pay faster. Die Answer ist, ich frage nach der Rechnung, damit ich schnell bezahlen kann. Ich frage nach der Rechnung, damit ich schnell bezahlen kann. Oh, excuse me, I said faster. It should have been translated as fast. Or how would I say? I ask for the bill so that I can pay in general. I ask for the bill so that I can pay. Ich frage nach der Rechnung, sodass ich bezahlen kann. Now, the difference between the two is not very big. It is more a small detail, but this is more used for social aspects and this is more used for technical aspects. And both is used at the end here. I do A to receive B. So somebody does something that he has an effect B. For your further understanding, I added also two new examples here, which are namely, I knock at the shop door so that the owner expects me. So that is a social aspect, a reasoning. Or I knock at the door of the shop so that the door opens. That is a pure logical cause, like more a technical structural reason action or reason effect level. We go to the next word, which is indem. Indem means something like by. So achieve A or X by doing Y. Achieve one to get the other. So for example, I received the gold medal by being the fastest. I received the gold medal by being the fastest. How do you translate it? I received the gold medal by being the fastest. The answer is, ich habe die Goldmedaillen bekommen, indem ich der Schnellste war. Ich habe die Goldmedaillen bekommen, indem ich der Schnellste war. Now, the next word is insofern and soweit, which basically mean the same. It is only used in the present and future for achieving something by the condition of something. You have up here achieving by doing, but here it is achieving by the conditions. So you're saying, as I can do this and that as far as, in English, as far as. So how would we say, we will win the war as far as we have enough ammunition? We will win the war as far as we have enough ammunition. And the answer is, wir gewinnen den Krieg, insofern wir genug Munition haben. Wir gewinnen den Krieg, insofern wir genug Munition haben. Then, if there is an as far as, we need also an as long as. As long as is solange, as long as. How would I say, I am safe as long as I am staying at home. I'm safe as long as I stay at home. The answer, ich bin sicher, solange ich zu Hause bleibe. Ich bin sicher, solange ich zu Hause bleibe. And if we have an as long as and as far as, we need so an as soon as, ja, sobald. How would we say, I leave the university as soon as I have the diploma. I leave the university as soon as I have the diploma. Answer, ich verlasse die Universität, sobald ich das Diploma habe. Ich verlasse die Universität, sobald ich das Diploma habe. Then the next one is the famous if. If, in German, falls. How would we say, we meet us today if you have time? We meet us today if you have time. The answer is, wir treffen uns heute, falls du Zeit hast. Wir treffen uns heute, falls du Zeit hast. Falls is very important for the if clauses. In German for the Konjunktiv II. Now, how would I say after that? After that, I drive to work. After that, I took a shower. I drive to work after I took a shower. Like after that. The answer is, ich fahre zur Arbeit, nachdem ich geduscht habe. Ich fahre zur Arbeit, nachdem ich geduscht habe. Now, we come to an important word that is called ob. Ob. And the ob has the same function as if, but the ob is dealing with questionable, not sure options. So ob is to say, I am not sure if we can do this. I have to ask for permission, for example. I'm not sure if it is the case. So this would be ob. So how would I say, I ask if one, so if anyone, if one can sit here. I ask if anyone can sit here. Or, excuse me, I ask if one, like anyone, is allowed to sit here. Maybe that's an historical chair, we don't know if you are allowed to sit on it. So I ask if anyone is allowed to sit here. The answer, ich frage, ob jemand hier sitzen darf. Ich frage, ob jemand hier sitzen darf. Good. Then we go with the ohne das, without that, ohne das, without that. How would I say, I have passed the exam Without that, I learned a lot. I have passed the exam. Without that, I learned a lot, like without learning a lot in English. The answer is, ohne das, ich habe die Prüfung bestanden, ohne dass ich viel gelernt habe. Ich habe die Prüfung bestanden, ohne dass ich viel gelernt habe. Then, the next one is since. Since, seitdem. How would I say, I feel healthier since I do sport. I feel healthier since I do sport. Answer, ich fühle mich gesünder, seitdem ich Sport mache. Ich fühle mich gesünder, seitdem ich Sport mache. So this was the second category, the one with the most activation words, and by far the most important. Now we come to a third category that is slightly less. And this third category I define as the verb as the first part, als erstes. Erst means first, the verb first. So that means the verb in this sentence comes first. So the structure of this situation is that the side sentence looks like this. You have at the first place the verb, and then comes the rest of anything that you saw before. So as you see here in those three kinds, the only difference there is that the verb place changes. So in the third category, the verb comes first at the first place. In the second category, the verb comes at the last place, which is by far the most of the side sentences are like this. And in the first situation, the verb is at the second place after the subject. So that is kind of rarely. Good. So in the first example, we will work with the word called so in German. So, S-O. So means therefore or in the case. How would I say he is not coming, so I call him. He is not coming, so I call him. Or in English, therefore I call him. Or he's not coming, or in the case he's not coming, I call him. So the answer is, kommt nicht, so rufe ich ihn an. Kommt nicht, so rufe ich ihn an. This is kind of rarely to use. So, good. Then we have the word of hingegen. And hingegen has the special attitude that it is at the beginning of the sentence. Hingegen means on the other hand. So how would I translate on the other hand? He did the exam, so he passed it, even though he did not learn. So on the other hand, he passed the exam, even though he did not learn. The answer is, hingegen schaffte die Prüfung, obwohl nicht viel lernte. Or, excuse me, even though he did not learn much. So even though, on the other hand, is hingegen, and that stands at the beginning of the sentence. How would I say however in German? However. However is jedoch. Jedoch, however. How would I say, I want to go in the park, however, I must stay at home. I want to go in the park, however, I must stay at home. The answer, ich möchte in den Park gehen, jedoch muss ich zu Hause bleiben. Ich möchte in den Park gehen, jedoch muss ich zu Hause bleiben. Then, the next one is trotzdem, trotzdem, which is like nevertheless, nevertheless, or notwithstanding. How would I say, it is quarantine, notwithstanding the people are celebrating. Like it is quarantine or lockdown, nevertheless the people are celebrating. You can also do it the other way around, like nevertheless the people are celebrating. It is quarantine, but that you can do this in English but not in German. So how would I say this? It is quarantine, nevertheless the people are celebrating. Answer, es ist Quarantäne, trotzdem feiern die Leute. Trotzdem feiern die Leute. So you see here, the verb comes before the person. Here the verb comes before the person. Verb comes before the person. Yeah. Now the second last one is the entweder oder, either or, entweder oder, either or. How would I say either I drive into the office, or whatever, I walk into the office, for example. Either I drive into the office or I walk into the office. The answer? Entweder fahre ich ins Büro oder ich laufe ins Büro. Entweder fahre ich ins Büro oder ich laufe ins Büro. This comma is, I put it there because sometimes people in the old way of writing in German, they put a comma there. But most of the time, it's not really applicable. Then the last one is the more, the less, for example, or the less, the more, or the bigger, the smaller. So the English the form. In German is je, blah, 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 desto, or umso, blah, blah, blah. That is a very special one, and the only big exception here. How would I say? The more you train, the faster you learn German. The more you train, the faster you learn German. The answer? Je mehr du übst, desto schneller lernst du Deutsch. Je mehr du übst, desto schneller lernst du Deutsch. So what happened here is you have the regular sentence of subject verb, like the type 1, and when the desto and umso comes in the second part, then the type 3 is happening, like the verb before the subject, like you see it here. And that is all. That is the last activation word that you learned so far that activates the side sentence. And here is the complete overview of the side sentence structure. So now, what is to do for you? First of all, write every day at least 5 sentences using one of each of the type. But it is hard to get these forms in your head. It is more a matter of training and a matter of time. It is like you can explain somebody how to drive a bicycle 100 times, but him driving the bicycle for 1 hour is more effective. And that's the same with this sentence structure. It is not worth for you to check and to learn all of them. It is better for you to go through them and write them down to start to get a feeling for the structure, and then in all day life you are permanently remembered which of these words needs what structure by listening to the mother tongues, by listening to the Germans, by listening to the radio, by listening to the TV where they speak German. So just write them down, train them, but don't try to systematically learn them. That's for the most people not successful. Just get used to them step by step, and you will do them 100 times wrong if it's needed, but at the end you will learn them if you listen to Germans and speak with them. Good. But for you to know, most important, there are 3 types of side sentences. In one type, the verb is at the second position. In another type, the most common one, the verb is at the last position. And in very, very few cases, for very extraordinary, rare words, it is at the first position. And that's all you need to know. So if you have doubts, just put the verb always at the end, because that's the highest chance that you are actually correct. And other words where you put the verb first are so obvious, you just remember them, like und, aber, and oder. They are by far the most important. Yeah? So I will mark them for you here separated. Und, aber, ober are by far the most important. So just remember them at least, that the verb comes at the second place. And for all the other verbs, if you have doubts and not sure, then just put the verb at the very end. And that's all there is to know. I congratulate you. If you watched it until here, you're a very patient person, and it means you will be successful in learning German. I thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to guide you on board for the next lecture soon. I welcome you back on board today to solve a mystery of a lot of people asking, why are there sometimes forms of zu plus a verb plus an infinitive? This is called the zu-Verben. So sometimes you out of nowhere have a zu in front of the verb, and we're going to solve why that is. Now, there are 3 categories of when you put a zu in front of it, and there is a logic within the category, but no overall logic. So you just, unfortunately, have to learn these 3 categories by heart, But what I always recommend, if there is no rule behind something, if there are more exceptions, then I would not especially learn it, but just get used to it. Because the more you speak with Germans, the more you will adapt to the language. So you don't really need to learn these things. They will come automatically by themselves. But for you to have an overview when to use the zu, we have three categories. And the first category is you are putting a zu in front of the verb if you have zu as an alternative to das. So zu as an alternative to das, but it only works if there is a verb plus a noun, ein Nomen. For example, let's have the sentence of Ich habe Glück, dass ich gesund bin. Ich habe Glück, dass ich gesund bin. So the habe is the verb here, and then comes the noun directly after, Glück, which means luck. So I have luck that I am healthy. In German, we don't say I am lucky, we say I have luck. So I have luck that I'm healthy is now replaceable with a zu in the following sense. You keep the Ich habe Glück, and then instead of das, you're saying gesund zu sein. Gesund zu sein. So instead of having a das here, you are having a zu behind and followed by an infinitive. Zu sein. So this bin here is turning to the sein, to the infinitive. So you can use rather this form, dass ich gesund bin, or you use gesund zu sein. That is both equaling each other. There's no difference in the content here. So that is a possibility of using the zu as a replacement of das. Now, there's also the possibility in the same category, slightly working different, if you have a instead of a das. For example, you can say, ich schlafe, gesund zu sein. Ich schlafe, gesund zu sein. Gesund zu sein. I sleep to be healthy. I sleep to be healthy. Ich schlafe, gesund zu sein. So this would be also a use for zu when you use the So this is the first category when you can use the zu. Now the second category is the one of the generalizations. That means you're saying something not specifically, but a general statement. For example, if you say it is something. For example, it is important to be healthy. It is important to be healthy. Es ist wichtig, gesund zu sein. Es ist wichtig, gesund zu sein. Or it is important to drink. You can say, es ist wichtig zu trinken. Or you can also say, it is bad to drink alcohol. Es ist schlecht, Alkohol zu trinken. Es ist schlecht, Alkohol zu trinken. It is bad to drink alcohol. Or you can generalize. It is beautiful to lie on the beach. It's beautiful to lie on the beach. Or to be on the beach. Es ist schön, am Strand zu sein. Es ist schön, am Strand zu sein. So these are all generalizations. They are not saying something specific, but they say it is. And then they give you an general adverb, like wichtig, schlecht, schön, or an adjective, like schlecht, schön, and then comes the statement. So it is like blah blah blah, and this blah 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 you follow with zu. So that is the second category of using zu. Then we have a third category which requires some training from your side. It is for special verbs, like in English, verbs with to. For example, helfen, help to, helfen. I help to do this or that. The to here is the zu in Deutsch. So you can translate the zu as the to. For example, how would I say the man, der Mann, the man, helps to find the address, helps to find the address. In German, hilft, die Adresse zu finden, die Adresse zu finden. So here the zu is used to translate the English to. It's the equivalent of the English to, zu. Der Mann hilft, die Adresse zu finden. Then you have a couple of other verbs which you just need to learn, but I would recommend you, again, don't learn these things, just get used to them. Whenever you hear a zu, which you can not identify as a preposition, then just write down the sentence and write down the verb, like for example, versuchen. So how would you say, the man tries to explain the situation. The man tries to explain the situation. Der Mann versucht die Situation zu erklären. Der Mann versucht die Situation zu erklären. Another verb is the verb messen, to measure. Messen, to measure. How would I say, the man measures to make the plan. The man measures to make the plan. German, der Mann misst, to measure. Messen, misst, it's exceptional. Den Plan zu machen, to make the plan. Den Plan zu machen. So there are several other verbs, but it is, again, not important that you now learn all of this by heart. It is more important on the B level, especially to just understand how it works, to, on long term, passively learn it. So it is not that you have to like learn all the blueprint of the German model, but to understand why things are like this, and then on long terms, when you hear those things, you automatically recognize why they are that way, and therefore you learn them. Not that you need to learn all the lists of things. Now, another aspect of these zu forms are the aspect of having a prefix combined with it. What a prefix is, you will learn in a separated chapter about the prefix, but important is just pre means before, so it is something that stands before, and if this standing before of a word is trennbar, which means separable from the word, then it follows with the zu the following rule. For example, anrufen. Anrufen means to call, anrufen. And if you say, I call, you say, ich rufe an. So, anrufen turns to, ich rufe an. So, out of nowhere, the an is separated from the main verb, as you see here. It comes now afterward. For example, if I say, I call you, how would I say this? I call you. The answer is, ich rufe dich an. Dich. It's an accusative, anrufen. It has to do with the sense of hearing, so it's accusative. Ich rufe dich an. So now the an is at the end of the sentence. Everything about the prefix you learn at the respected chapter of the prefix. Now, what happens with the prefix in combination with the zu? If we have, again, the first category of saying there's a verb plus a noun and then could be das, then we can have a following example. I have the chance to call the man. I have the chance to call the man. In German would be, ich habe die Chance, den Mann anzurufen. Anzurufen. So an comes here at the first, then you add the zu, and then comes the rufen. Anzurufen is one word. Anzurufen. Now for the second category, the generalizations, how would I translate? It is important to instantly drive there. It is important to instantly drive there. Es ist wichtig, sofort hinzufahren. So hinfahren is to drive there, and hinzufahren is now with the zu. So you put the zu before the verb. Or third category, let's use the verb helfen. How would you translate the man helps to bring the doctor here? The man helps to bring the doctor here. So to bring here is herbringen, herbringen. And now what you have to logically do is to put the zu in between, as you learned it before. So the answer is, der Mann hilft, den Arzt herzubringen. Herzubringen. To bring here. Okay, and these are now the three categories by their logic and also by the additional logic of the prefix. And therefore, what I would like to emphasize again to you, it is important that you understand how the zu works, but it is not important that you know all, for example, the verbs of the third category here, or that you know all the generalizations that you can do. It is more important that you understand how the zu works to recognize it when you hear it, and by recognizing when you hear it, by understanding what you hear, you automatically are in the process of learning it, and you will start to use it without even realizing it. You will just copy the mother tongues, German speakers around you, in their way of speaking German. Good. That's all to know about the zu. I thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to see you on the next journey soon. See you soon. Welcome back on board to another lecture of Let's Make German Easy Again. Today, you are going to ask the question of the question, which is the German question words. It's often a myth, or let's say a big issue for people, how to translate the German question words, and therefore I made you an overview that makes the understanding way easier. So today will be about the question words in the German language, which we will now categorize in question words that are case-specific, like accusative, nominative, dative, genitive, and case-unspecific. And we will combine this lecture, this overview, also with a small training for you. So I will ask you to translate a question, then stop the video, write down this question in German, and then continue the video to see if you were correct. Now, we start with the case-specific question words. So cases, nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive. And we are now separating those or subcategorizing them if they ask for a person. For example, in nominative, nominative is activated by to be. If you have in general any questions about the cases, then please check out the lecture of all cases, where I put all the cases in all the form on one sheet. That is something unique. At least I created it because I never found it anywhere. Good. So you have here now the question of the nominative that is activated with the verb to be. So how would I ask? Now please stop the video to translate. Who is it? Is to be. Yeah? Who is it? Or who is this man? How would you translate this? Who is this man? The answer is, please check the answer only if after you wrote down your German translation to check if you're correct. The answer is, who is this man? Wer ist der Mann or dieser Mann? If you want to specify it, you say dieser, like you point on it. Wer ist dieser Mann? Or wer ist der Mann? Like in general, the man, the specific one, without pointing on the man. Wer ist der Mann? Now in the accusative, who do I see? Who do I see? Please stop the video here, translate. The answer, wen sehe ich? Wen sehe ich? Now you say see in English who and who, that's the same, but in German this is wer and wen. So when to use wen and when to use wer, please check out the lecture of all the cases where you have a complete overview with easy to remember categories, when to use wen and when to use wer. But to make it very short, whenever the word to be in English sein, in any form, like ich bin, du bist, er ist, when this is the only verb in the sentence, then it is very likely a nominative to 99%. Then you use the word wer. Okay, now how would I say this? Like, what is it? Nominative, what is it? And how would I say, what do I see? So nominative and accusative here. What is it and what do I see? Both of them use was. Was ist es? Was sehe ich? Was ist es? Was sehe ich? Now let's go to the dative, which is about belonging, status, relation. So how would I ask, whom does it belong? Whom does the car belong? Please translate. Whom does the car belong? In German, wem gehört das Auto? Wem? So now here we have one question word, and here we have two question word per case. Now what is the difference? The difference is simple, that the wer and wen are asked to ask for a human being or a humanized being, and the what is referring to a non-human being or non-humanized being. Now what means human, that is clear, it's a human being, so biologically defined. But humanized is something that is not a human, but we give this thing a status of a human being. For example, some pets or animals that we love or that are holy to us. For example, we Germans, by the most cases, love dogs. We love dogs. They were always our hunting support in the past and protecting our houses. We have a high value for them in our emotional perspective. So if you meet a dog, you're not asking was ist das? That would be offensive. You ask wer ist das? Like what is the name of the dog? Or let's say something, a non-human being that we give like a specific soul or higher it to be human or even higher than human, like for example God. Yeah, if people ask for God and they hear, let's say, they would see God or hear it or in any way have sensation, then they would not ask was ist das? I mean, that's offensive. They would ask wer ist das? So they give it a status that is minimum human or even higher. So that is humanized, non-humanized. So each culture has their own humanized forms. We Germans have the dogs, for example. For example, for the Arabs, it might be the horse and the falcon, which are traditional important animals for to be held, or for let's say for the Hindus, it might be holy animals like the cow. So that we're just giving it a human aspect. Yeah? So that is the difference. While wem, dative, has no difference. If it's a human being, a non-human being. For example, if I say, whom does it belong to? And that can refer to a human being, or for example, it can belong to whatever, a car, in a way, like a piece of a car, even though we don't say gehören, like, or let's say a horse, it's a saddle, it belongs to this horse. So then it's also a non-human being. Now the genitive is very rarely, how would I say, whose car is it? Whose car is it? So genitive regulates the status in a relation. So whose car is it? Stop the video here, translate, and the answer is wessen Auto ist das? Whose car, wessen Auto ist das? So that is the genitive. Okay. Now, case specific are also two topics, which is in German time and location. Time and location is defined respectively by the accusative or dative. So how would I ask for timely matters in the accusative? It would be, how would I ask, how long? How long is the flight, for example? How long is the flight? That would be in German, please translate, how long is the flight? The answer, wie lange ist der Flug? Wie lange ist der Flug? This is accusative and describes a period of time. A period of time. So how long something is. The time period, the length of it. Now let's go to the question of when. That would be dative. When. When will we arrive, for example? Please translate, when will we arrive? The answer, wann werden wir ankommen? Wann werden wir ankommen? Wann? Now, the dative form of asking for the time is a point of time. Point of time. When? The accusative is a period of time, so from A to B, this period. And the point of time is just one specific point, like at that moment. Yeah, so when will we arrive? We will arrive exactly at that moment, at that hour. Now, far more important is the location question between accusative and dative. The one location in accusative is referring to movement, so to directions. You're asking for directions. While the dative is non-movements, you're asking for a point of location, specific point that does not move. So now, how would I ask in accusative? Where do you go to? Where to? Which direction? Where do you go to? Answer, wohin gehst du? Wohin gehst du? So that would be direction, where to. And this English to is the German hin. Where to? Wohin? Now for the dative, how would I ask, where is he? Where is he? Like a non-moving point. Where is this point where he is? Or I would ask, where is he coming from? Which is also a point and not moving. People think because of the word kommen, which is people to think about kommen, which is a movement in the mind of most, is actually not a movement. Kommen only means, if you ask where you come from, it means where is this point that you have your origin. It is not where are you moving from this point somewhere, but where is this point? This point is unmovable. You come from this point. Where are you from? I come from this country, this town, this place. So this is a point where you are originated from, like in your life or by the journey you took, but this point is not changeable. So this is automatically also dative. So the answer is where is he, or where is he coming from? In German, wo ist er oder woher kommt er? Wo ist er oder woher kommt er? Where from? Wo ist er oder woher kommt er? Okay, good. So this is all about the case-specific question words. So this is one box for you to know. Now we go to the case-unspecific question words, which means they do not need a case. And these question words are, most of them, extremely rarely and very confusing, and therefore I list them in a matter of translation, which is not the official translation, but which is the practical usage translation. So I don't list you how Google Translator translate that, but how the actual German people are using it. So I will not ask you for the translation. That would be too hard, because you will see in a second that they are just not 100% translatable. The only two words I want to ask you is, please translate me which one. Which one? For example, which man is this? Which man? So the answer is, welcher Mann ist das? Welcher Mann? Which one? Now, what is so special about this welcher is that it changes the ending. For example, how would I say which woman? Welche Frau? Which child? Welches Kind? Welches Kind? So why are the endings here changing? Now look at them. Welche and welcher. Does that ring a bell in you? It is that the which one is in German basically adding the ending of the in it. So for example, you have der Mann, and there you have an R, so you add the R here to which. Welcher Mann. The same goes for die Frau. Yeah? Die, then you put the E here, and das Kind. So you put the S here, and as you put only the S, you put an E before that, as it is a pronunciation problem to say welches. You say welches. You always put an E if you have two consonants following each other in German that you cannot pronounce. So welches. This is the same logic how you form adjective endings. So if you have a question about this, then please check out the lecture about the adjective ending in the A1.1 package. So I wrote you down a couple of examples here with welch. So you have welch, then you put the ending of the form, like the adjective endings. It's the same logic. So welcher Mann, because der Mann. Welche Frau, because die Frau. Welches Kind, because das Kind. So that is the first that you definitely should know of the case-unspecific question words. And the second one that you also all the time need is the question word of why. How would you say why? For example, why do we stay? Why do we stay? Answer, warum bleiben wir? Warum bleiben wir? So these are the question words that you definitely need in your all-day life. Now, I have a list for you of all other question words that exist. Now, this list is shocking for you, and this is the right reaction, because these words that you will now see in a second, we will define them, are extremely rarely, and you do not need to know them besides some. I will mark them for you. You do not need to know all of them. But whenever you hear these words and you ask yourself, like, what is that? Then you can refer to this list to understand what the German is saying, what the German is asking for. Yeah? But it is extremely unlikely that you ever hear such words, but I want you to have the option to check them. This is something you will not be able to translate via Google Translator well, so I translated it the way that Germans practically use it, and not how Google would translate it. So welch, in its form, we already had. Warum as well. Now, in between, we have all the forms of how much, how long, and like distance-wise, and how long time-wise. These are things that you already know. In here, for example, wie lange is time-wise. Yeah. So how are you? Wie geht es dir? How is it? Wie ist es? How much sand you have, like kilos of sand. Wie viel Sand hast du? How long is the marathon? Wie weit ist der Marathon? How long is the break? Wie lange ist die Pause? So that is all forms with how. And then why is easy to use. It's like in English. Why is that? Warum ist das so? Then we have also other forms that are basically the same meaning as why, but they are rarely used, but I want you to know them at least here on the list. It is weshalb, which means like why in a way of for what reason. So you can ask, why is it that way? It's like, warum ist es so? Why is it that way? But you can also say, why, for what reason is it that way? Like, weshalb ist es? For example, weshalb benutzen wir das Auto und nicht das Fahrrad? Why do we use the car and not the bicycle? So for what reason we do this? That's the question. That's like a subcategory of why. Why? Then wieso and weswegen in English would be how so, or wherefore. That is very rarely used. And the word of wieso is basically dying out because we permanently replace it with warum. So wieso basically means also like why, like for what reason, how so. We really rarely use it. Wieso is basically the same meaning as warum, and weswegen, this is I mean, I actually never hear this in the all-day life at all anymore. Wieso is sometimes used, very rarely, but mostly it's replaced by why. We just ask why. So if you hear wieso, then it practically has the same meaning as why. There's no difference. Now we have here a couple of wo plus preposition question words that are very rarely to use. So I will just go briefly over them, but I want you to at least have a translation for them. Wofür is sometimes used. It means for what, for a specific thing, like for what are we doing this, while wozu means for what reason are we doing this, like what for what reason. Then womit, with the mit, which means with, it means by which mean, like what are we using to do this, like womit reparieren wir das Auto? Like by what, with what are we going to repair the car? Like with what tools? So we're asking for the mean to do it. Then wodurch is by which cause. which asks specifically durch, like through, by what is that caused? For example, wodurch, example, wodurch sind die Flüsse so groß? Like by what cause are the rivers so big? Or wodurch ist das Auto so langsam? By what cause is the car so slow? That is like you're asking for the cause of something, for the reason, like mainly in a mechanical or in a physical aspect. And durch can also be like through, like literally, like where through are you going? Wodurch gehst du? Like where are you going through? It's like ich gehe durch den Tunnel, durch den Tunnel. I go through the tunnel. Then worum, worüber is about what something is that is extremely rarely used. Worum I even didn't know before I made a list of all the German question words there are. I made a list and put everything in an order. And worum I actually never ever heard. So forget it. Yeah, I just wanted to be on your list for you to have it. Worüber, that is indeed sometimes used, mainly worüber sprecht ihr? About what are you talking? Worüber, about what sprecht ihr? That is indeed often used. Then the word wobei is extremely rarely used. It is in which situation, or on the other hand, if you're giving a counter. For example, if you say, wobei ist er verletzt worden? In which situation got he hurt? Wobei ist er verletzt worden? In which situation he got hurt? So that is exactly asking what is the situation, the conditions under what something happened. You can also put this at the beginning of a sentence, and that is interesting. We Germans sometimes do that. If we just say, you're saying A, like you say, let's go to holidays to Italy. You say, we go to Italy, that's A, and then I say, yes, we could go to Italy, and then you're making a break. Wobei, we could also go to Spain. Like on the one hand, we can go to Italy, on the other to Spain. So the wobei is the start of a sentence, and that is basically introducing the other person that you are now making a counter to this, a counter argument or counter suggestion. Then wovon is also very rarely used. It's about what, but it's more from what. You know, about what we say more worüber. This is used worüber. Wovon is very rarely used. You can say wovon redet ihr? About what are you talking? But we mostly say worüber redet ihr? But wovon is used only in the practical life, as I know it. It's for example, from what are you living? Like wovon lebt ihr? So the basic of like something, from what is that coming from? Then woraus is also from what, but this is, I mean, I never used that. I never heard this so far. Woraus is only, I can imagine, like out of something, like from what out. It's the same logic as wodurch, like what you're going through is where does it come out from? Like woraus geht der Mann? Like from what is the man going out? Like you cannot identify if it's a car or if it's whatever he's going out. But that is really, forget it. Yeah, have it on the list and that's all. Then woran is also extremely rarely. It is by which or on what thing. The only thing I can imagine is indeed if you use this an, which is like, where is it hanging on? Woran hängt es? Woran hängt die Jacke? Ja, woran hängt die Jacke? So then, worin is the same logic, rarely used. It's wherein or in what. Und you use it like, worin liegt der Schlüssel? In what is the key lying? So here, in general, you see here, I purpose write prepositions because all these question words have mainly their preposition meaning, just with the location where it is. Yeah. So their usage is not 100% translatable as the preposition is also not 100 translatable. So it's here about the location in combination with the preposition. Here, the question where it is in. Here is the question where is it on? Yeah, where up on? Where is it under? Where is it in front of? Where is it behind? And where is it next to? But these are all their meanings. They have no other meaning than the preposition meaning. So you just take the wo plus the preposition to check out the location. So I make a note for you here. It is mainly about where plus a location question. Yeah, mainly where plus location questions. And that's it. These are all the German question words. There are, as I remember, 3 more of these rare ones, but they were so nonsense, I absolutely don't know how to translate them because they are absolutely never used. There were 3 more of these ones, but you don't need them. What you need is indeed the case-specific ones, and then the which and the why. These are very useful, and all the others are more or less bonus. They are rarely used. Yeah, and that's all about the question words. Now you have a full list, and I would recommend you to have this list always with you on your smartphone to check how to ask things. I thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to make German easy for you in the next lecture again. I welcome you for another round of Let's Make German Easy again, and today we will make German sweet. Did you ever ask yourself when you see a puppy, a small dog, you do not call it dog, you call it a sweet doggy. So how do we express that in German? That's what you will learn today. So we will today cover the topic of the diminutive. The diminutive is a way of saying something is sweet or is little, as it comes from Latin diminuere, which means to decrease something. The same root of diminuere you find in minus. It also has a min in it, like to minimize it, to make it small. So that is basically used to belittling something, to have, if you have an affection to it, you like it in a way emotionally, or also in a negative way that you devaluate it, that you want to decrease its social value, that you want to make it look negative small. So you're using the diminutive to rather say that you like something because, oh, it's so sweet. Or you want to say, ah, come on, that's ridiculously small. In both ways, use the diminutive. So let's see how to form that in German. For us to see the change of the word from the regular word to the diminutive, we will now go step by step to explain the change a word is making to become the diminutive form. We will work with 2 examples. The example of der Hund, the dog, und das Haus, the house, to see how these 2 words are changing. And the first step of change is that a diminutive form is changing the article of every word that you want to sweeten or that you want to devaluate to das. Every diminutive is neutral. So the change of the article is to neutral. So the first step would be this: der Hund is turning to das Hund. That's the first step. The article change to das. The second step is that you are adding an so-called umlaut, which are these 2 dots on A, U, or O. So instead of das Hund und das Haus, we now say das Hund und das Haus. Das Hund, das Haus. So from Hund to Hund, from house to Haus. In the third step, we are adding the ending of the diminutive in German, which are in the absolute majority of words 2 versions. The endings can be chen or line, chen or line. So for dog and house, you would say das Hündchen or das Hündlein. Both is possible. Chen or lein added to Hund. Das Hündchen or das Hündlein. The same is for house. Das Häuschen or das Häuslein. Das Häuschen or das Häuslein. The line ending is especially often used in South Germany, mainly in Suabia, which is with the capital of Stuttgart, or with the Badener people, which are the main ancestors of the Alemanni, which gave Alemanni, Allemagne, which is the French or the Spanish way of saying Germany, its name, and they live at the border to France. Or in Bavaria, you also use the line in a lot of cases, also in Switzerland. There is a third version of an ending, which is extremely rarely used. This is, as you see here, the ling form as an exception. There are some words that are specifically ending with ling in the diminutive, but they are extremely rarely and only for specific words. And be aware that they all have a der, so they don't have the neutral form, but the male form is diminutive. Words are, for example, der Jüngling, which means the youth, like a young person, or der Däumling, which means the thumbling, or der Zögling, which means it's a sweet form of a pupil. But these ling forms, you see, they are quite complicated because they have der in it, so they are an exception, but they are extremely rarely. Personally, I don't have any more examples than these three in my mind at the moment, so I would definitely not really spend time in learning all of them because they're extremely rare in usage. So they are exceptions. Let's put the exceptions to the side and deal with some local accents. Each region in Germany has their own culture. It is in Germany that we have officially, if I remember correctly, over 30 accents, and Germany itself is actually a very young state, only founded in 1871. It was always that the Germans were very provincial orientated, not national. So they all had their small state with their small culture, their small accent, and kept their local identity, and that is still kept until today. So local accents play a strong role, especially in South Germany. So here we have exceptions of endings, which are, for example, in Bavarian very popular is to use the ERL as a diminutive ending. So it would be das Hünderl or Tischerl, the table. Or in Switzerland, you have often an li at the end, like das Hündi, das Tischi. Often also depends on the province, you have an e at the end of names. For example, instead of Hans, you say Hansi, or instead of Thomas, you say Tommy. And as an additional exception, there are words that are practically only used in their diminutive form. They lost their basic form, which are words like Märchen, which means fairy tale, little story, or Mädchen, which means girl or little maid. And a very old German word that is almost not used anymore, it's very obsolete, is Fräulein, which means young lady, and several others, but these are the three most important. So they, over the time, developed as having a diminutive only and no more base word. So you only use this diminutive as the most of the time used word. Good, so these are now the exceptions, while the chen and the lein are by far the most used cases. So now we see here, we started with having the words der Hund und das Haus, which is now at the end das Hündchen or das Hündlein and das Häuschen or das Häuslein. You can decide if you want to have a line or a chen. Now, if we want to form the plural of these words, then we have to stick to the rule that the plural diminutive never changes, which means if you have das Hündchen or das Häuschen, it's automatically die Hündchen or die Häuschen. So you just put the plural article of die in front of it, but the word itself is not changing. Hündchen and Häuschen stays like the singular form. Now, this is practically everything you need to know about the diminutive. While I would give you a good hint, it is that you should not create your own diminutives, like your own sweetening forms, but you better copy them from mother tongues, from German speakers. So listen what Germans are using to make something sound decreased or sweetened and copy it. So don't invent your own diminutives, as it is often misleading and the German speakers will not understand you. Well, that is all that is to say about diminutives. And I would now recommend you to ask your German-speaking friends or to check in the internet for some diminutive words that you can use for your all-day life. Maybe you want to form the first diminutive for your beloved, like sweetening the name of your partner, or going with a friend and ask him to make some funny or jokey ways of decreasing something or sweetening something. That's all. Thanks for your time, and I see you in the next journey. Hello, 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 hello. I welcome you today on board for a short journey for you to understand the so-called Partizip I. Now, you probably have heard often the word of Partizip II, a form of a verb that you need to form the past terms, the past tense, to in the German language. But today we're talking about its brother, the Partizip I, and not the Partizip II. They are both very different. And the participle one is basically when you are turning a verb, so an action, into an adjective, so a description of a noun, which is, for example, you can say in English, there is the waving man. There is the waving man. So you see here, waving is a description of the man. The man is waving. That would be the participle II, but you can also say this man waves the hand, for example. So he waves with the hand like this. So from to wave with the hand to waving in German, we have a different form of the verb, like in English you put an ing. But be aware, not all ing forms in English at the end of the English verbs are automatically the participle one in German. You cannot 100% translate language logics, so therefore this ing is not always automatically a participle. For example, if you say in English, I am going to the school, then this going is not a participle II in German. Going here means you do this right now. This is actually a time form that is not translatable at all to German because we don't have it. Going means I do this now, and if I want to say I do this now in German, then you just add the word now, jetzt. So you would say, ich gehe jetzt zur Schule. So nothing happens here with the verb, like in English, the ing is added. In German, nothing is added. We just put the jetzt there to describe it as now. Good. So in English, you could translate this as an ing, but not all ings are automatically participle II forms. But as you saw in the example, it's pretty easy. You can do an action, like you say, I wave with my hand, or you can say, this is the waving or hand waving teacher. So it describes the teacher, like it is one of these teachers who, or it is the teacher that is waving the hand. Yeah. So it turns into a description of the teacher, into a description of the noun. So how to form the participle II in German is quite easy. You are taking, first of all, the infinitive of the verb, so the basic form, which you will see in a second. Then you add an D, and then you add the ending that you would add to an adjective anyway, which is logical because the verb turns into an adjective. So you have to add the adjective ending to the verb. So that is the formula here. For you to have some examples, I will give you 3 examples, but if you have questions how the adjective ending works, then please watch the lecture about the adjective endings of all cases in the German language, which shows you all the adjective endings there are in a simple formula with 3 columns. But for you to have now 3 examples handy to understand this principle here, we are checking these out. So first of all, we have fahren, which means to drive, to drive. So fahren, to drive, the infinitive is fahren. And that's the basic form. And I can say the car drives, das Auto fährt. But I can also say now, das fahrende Auto, the driving car. For example, I see the driving car. Ich sehe das fahrende Auto. And in this situation, you're taking the infinitive form, the basic form, as you see here. Then you are adding a D, and then you are adding the ending that the adjective would have. And here the ending is an E, because if you have der, die, das in front of an adjective, singular, then you always add an E in the nominative or the accusative form besides the male. But questions about this ending, all these questions will be answered if you check out the other lecture about the adjective ending. So most important for you is to know infinitive plus D plus ending of adjective. Then if you have, for example, the word essen, essen means to eat. Now der Hund isst, this is irregular. So that's why here the beginning of the word is changed from E to I. And now if we want to form the participle II, we need to take the infinitive, which is essen here, we add a D, and then we add an ER because it's ein, and der Hund, der Hund. So here it is that the regular form of the verb is very different to the participle I form, because the regular form of the verb is irregular. Yeah, so an irregular verb has a different form than the infinitive. But we just use the infinitive for the participle I. So, and if you wonder why there's an ER at the end, again, check out the adjective ending lecture. Then, winken, waving. We had this example, waving. So, Kinder winken, like children are waving their hands like this. Then we have waving children, winkende Kinder, or so the children that are waving. For example, I see the waving children. Ich sehe die winkenden Kinder. So, and that is all for you to know about the participle II. It's not that difficult. You just need to know the verb. So the infinitive form of it. You're adding an D, and then you're adding the ending of the adjective. And now if you have questions about the ending of the adjective, watch this video, which goes and answers you all the questions. That's all about the participle I, a very quick round. I thank you for your time, and now go and form some participle Is out of verbs that you know. Thanks for watching, thanks for your time. I welcome you on board for today's intensive journey to discover the mysterious prefixes. Now, first things first, what is a prefix? If you have some certain words in German, for example, rufen, which means to call somebody, like to call somebody by name, like, hey, Kevin. So you call somebody, then they can change their meaning if you are adding something, like, for example, this case, anrufen. So anrufen, out of nowhere, has the meaning of not to call somebody, by voice, but to call somebody by phone. Now, the question is, how do you know how the meaning is changing of each prefix. And that is what you will learn today. I was over years very annoyed by having a lack of mean to teach my students what all these different prefixes meaning. It was super complicated. Always every verb, every word, every noun having a prefix meant something completely different. So I was deciding, okay, just write down all the prefixes there are in German and analyze the meaning of them. And that's what I will do for you today. I will give you a whole list of roughly 80% of the German prefixes. The rest 20% we will not do because they are so rarely used. Some of them I actually never heard of. Yeah? So the most important you will have listed today, and then we go over them by analyzing how they change the form of a word for you to have an overall idea what this kind of this specific prefix is doing with a word. So you don't need to learn hundreds of vocabulary. Instead, you will understand which prefix has what effect on the verb. That's what we'll do today. But first things first, the question is what the prefix actually means. Prefix comes from the Latin and French mixture of Latin pre means in front of, and medieval French gave the German fixer, which means to fix nowadays. So basically, this pré, which is here in front of a word, is fixing the meaning of a word. So in total, this front addition fixes the meaning of the word. And it is basically meaning for you, if there is a prefix, then the meaning of the word is changed. Now let's go to the grammar aspect shortly. How is a prefix changing the sentence structure? And the easy answer is it does not. It just goes as the following. Here are two variations of the prefix concerning the sentence structure. We have prefixes that are separable. That means, for example, anrufen, the example we just had. It is if you say anrufen as the infinitive and then you put it into a sentence, then the anrufen is the an is separated from the rufen. So you would say, for example, I call my father. Ich rufe meinen Vater an. So the an, the prefix, always comes at the very, very, very end of the sentence. No exception, always at the very end. These are the separable ones. Then there are non-separable ones, which just stay with the verb. There's no difference. However the sentence is, they always stay with the verb. Now, if you have more than two verbs in a sentence, then the separable prefixes stay also with the verb because, as you know, the second verb in German is always coming at the very end of the sentence. So at the very end of the sentence, it is an infinitive, and the infinitive of anrufen is anrufen. So it's the separable prefix is staying together with the verb if there are more than two verbs. Prefixes are mostly in front of verbs, but they can also be in front of nouns and adjectives, which we will see later. But the absolute majority of prefixes are used for verbs only. So the only thing for you to remember here grammar-wise is that if a prefix in front of a noun, for example, der Fall, the fall, der Abfall, the waste, for you to have an example here, der Fall means the fall and der Abfall means the waste, then there is no change in the sentence structure. There is no difference. It's just the noun stays the noun anyway. That is all to know about the grammar aspect concerning the sentence structure, and now let's dive in to understand the first prefix. The first one is a quite complicated one, but we start with this one because we go from the A, B, C logic down through all of them, and the first one for you to know is the so-called up, which means you can roughly translate it as off, but prefixes like prepositions are never 100% translatable. So if I, for example, say sagen, to say in German, then if I now add the up in front of this verb, absagen, then out of nowhere, it is to cancel an invitation or an appointment. Absage means to cancel an invitation or an appointment. For example, how would I say, I have to cancel, or in general, just say, I have to cancel. Would also call it, I have to call off. How would I say this? I have to call off. The answer is, ich sage ab. Or if I say I must call off, ich muss absagen. Ich sage ab, or I must call off. Now this is an example of a prefix here, absagen. This ab is separated in the first case because we have just one verb here, which is sagen, and the ab goes at the very end of the sentence. For example, ich sage die Einladung ab. I cancel the invitation, I recall. And if I have now two verbs like muss and sagen, then the absagen prefix with the verb stands at the very end of the sentence, absagen. Okay, I cancel invitation. Now another example that we mentioned before, like fallen, to fall, fallen, to fall. And how would I say, how would I translate der Abfall? It is the trash. So I'm adding now the ab in front of this noun, der Fall, or here the verb fallen, der Fall, the fall, to der Abfall, which means the trash. So literally, you let it fall, this waste, this trash. Now, what is the meaning of ab here for both cases? In both cases, if you say like to cancel or the trash, it has a negativation. So ab can has a negativation to the word that it is added to. It can have a negativation effect. Good, but it has three more effects that can happen, which makes ab quite complicated. The most are way easier because they have one or two meanings. But another meaning would be, for example, from machen, to abmachen. Machen, abmachen. So machen, to make, and abmachen in German means to agree. And die Abmachung is the agreement. The agreement. Or another word is abstimmen. So stimmen means to tune or something is correct. And abstimmen means to coordinate, also to tune in a way. So now the question is, what do these three ones have in common? So to agree, the agreement, and to coordinate, to tune something so that it works. And the answer is that ab can have some kind of manifestation of finalization of something. It is that you agree on something, you finalize it, you manifest it in form of to coordinate, to tune. It's some kind of manifestation. Good, then the third meaning of ab is by the example of normal. So you have normal, normal, and you have abnormal, which means non-normal, abnormal, non-normal in German. So here the ab has a non translation in English. Or if you say der Stand, which is the standing, der Stand, the standing, and der Abstand is the distance, the distance. So what is now in common between the normal and non-normal and the standing and the distancing? Well, the standing and distancing, that is very easy. It is a physical distance between the things. But the non-normal follows the logic of there is a point that is normal and then it goes away from this normal. So that is also kind of physical distancing, which brings us to the physical or metaphorical distancing of things if you put an up on it. Good. Then we have also the meaning of up, and that's the last one here, is with the example stellen. Stellen is to put something somewhere. And then abstellen. Abstellen means to turn off something or to put an object down. It can have two meanings. Abstellen is to turn off or to put it down. So in this meaning, the ab can have a kind of stopping meaning. so to stop, to turn off. But it can also be, again, to put down an object, which is like to, metaphorically distancing it in a way. So these are the 4 meanings of up, which are quite a lot. The other ones will not be as complicated. It's just a hard start because ABC logic will put the up first. But most important for you is that up has mostly negativation meaning, or you are just to manifest or distancing it, whatever it is with up that you are adding, whatever word you are adding the up to. So this is one package here that I mark for you like this, and we will have now dozens of these packages for you to understand always the meaning of these prefixes rather than to learn all of these vocabularies. So my goal is for you that by training writing sentences with these up words, that you are starting to feel which prefix has roughly what meaning. Like, for example, up has more a negative meaning or a distancing meaning. So in future, whenever you hear any word in combination with the up, that you feel what meaning it could have towards the word. So you can guess by yourself what up, for example, means, instead of you learning all these vocabularies with all words that have an up in front of it. There is not enough time in life to learn all of that. So better start to develop a feeling what each prefix can mean. This is our first package. Let's move to create some more packages. Second package will be an, which can be translated roughly as on. Now, if you are saying machen again, and you say anmachen or schalten, which means to change, to switch something, switch any control setting in a machine, and you say anschalten, then these turn from to make to turn on, to turn on. For example, how would I say, I turn on the fridge? Let's say it was out of electricity, you plugged it out, so I turn on the fridge. Ich mache den Kühlschrank an. Ich mache den Kühlschrank an. So that is an obvious to turn on meaning of an, like in English, on. That's easy to remember. But it can be also more sophisticated. Like, for example, if you have the word of griff. Griff means a handle or a grab. That is griff. To handle something, to grab something by a hand. Yeah, grab, griff. That's close to each other. Now, how would I say? What would be the meaning of Angriff? So you add an an. Angriff means to attack or the attack. Angreifen or der Angriff. Angreifen or der Angriff. Attack. So from to handle to attack, you just need to add an a. An. Angriff. Which is the logic of griff is to grab. And if you attack somebody, you basically grab him. So you on-grab him, like with your fists, for example, yeah, on-grab him. So this is der Angriff. That is the logic of Angriff. So if you now watch or see those words together, what do they have in common? So to turn on or to attack, it is basically that an is not only on turning, but it means that an action is starting. An action is starting. So that can be one meaning of an. Now let's go to these words and their meaning with the prefix. We're starting with the first one, stecken, to plug in, to plug in. Stecken, for example, I plug in the electricity, I plug in the phone, ich stecke das Telefon ein, to charge it, for example. Now, anstecken has a very different meaning. Anstecken means to infect somebody. To infect somebody. Now, what is the logic behind this? If you are stecken, if you plug in, you put something in. But if you are now on in plugging with an action start, then it is that a virus is entering, like to plug in, into the body. It's plugged into the body and then it is on, it is turned on, which means to infect. So anstecken, literally to infect, means metaphorically turning on by plugging in. So the virus is plugged into the body and it's turned on, because not all viruses are automatically activated if they are on, but if they are in the body and activated, then you are infected. Okay, then another meaning is hängen, to hang. For example, if I say now anhängen, it has the meaning of to attach. For example, ich hänge, let's say, ich hänge eine Nadel an, like I hang a needle here, you know, I put it into the suit. Ich hänge eine Nadel an. I hang on a needle. So that means to attach a needle, to attach a needle. Then same logic follows also nehmen and annehmen. If you say nehmen, it means to take, and annehmen means to accept. So you are from nehmen, taking, to annehmen is to accept. Somebody gives it to you and you have it in your hand, you accept it. And for the last one, as an example here, is setzen, to sit, and ansetzen, ansetzen, to gain weight, to gain weight, ansetzen. So you gain weight, like at Christmas we say, oh, ich habe angesetzt, like I gained a lot of weight, ich habe angesetzt. Ansetzen can also mean to start or to apply, for example. No, but if you see those meanings here in total, what do they have in common? What is in common with them is that here we talk about some adding of something. Something is added. For example, to infect means there is a virus added to the body. Then anhängen is to attach, like attaching is adding. Annehmen is to accept, to assume. I mean, to accept means you accept it, so you add it to yourself, and to assume that's something else. But annehmen means also to assume. And ansetzen, to gain weight. Yeah, so something is added. And these are the two meanings of an. It can be rather an action start, or it means that you are adding something to some whatever. Next one we move to is the prefix of so-called auf. Auf, which means literally on something, like physically on something. The an is like turning on, like switching something, and the auf is like physically being on something, on top of it. And I will from now on always write you the philosophy behind the verb, so the meaning behind the prefix. I think that is more effective for you to first see what it means and then to interpret it. For example, the auf has an up or an out moving as the meaning. If you, for example, talk or say the word machen, machen is very popular with some prefixes. Machen, and you add the auf, so it turns from make to open. So, for example, I make a coffee, but I open the door. In German, you just add an auf. So how would I say, I open the door? I open the door. Please stop the video and translate it here. I open the door is ich mache die Tür auf. Ich mache die Tür auf. I open the door. Ich mache die Tür auf. Okay, then another way metaphorically to say something out is aufsagen. So sagen means to say, but aufsagen means to recite something, like you have a poem, you learn the poem by heart, and then you say it, kind of singing it, saying it, and you recite it, you permanently say it, and that is this out moving, you say out of your mouth. Then another example is setzen and aufsetzen. So setzen is to sit, and aufsetzen is to put on, like to put on a hat, for example. This is aufsetzen, to put on a hat. So here you have the meaning of auf in form physically to be on something, yeah, to put on, aufsetzen. So these are all the meanings of auf, on. It's to put something on physically or to speak something out, so like out or up moving or on moving. Yeah. Good. So that is one package. That is way easier. Auf is just saying like the preposition auf, the same meaning. And now let's open a new package for you. That is aus, which means literally out, aus, out of something. So out, aus can have two meanings. First is a deactivation meaning. For example, again, machen, ausmachen means machen to make, ausmachen is to turn off. Ausmachen is to turn off. So that is the opposite of what you learned here with the word on. Yeah, on means anmachen, anmachen means to turn on, and ausmachen means to turn off. Anmachen, turn on, and ausmachen means to turn off. Now, another more difficult example is stellen, which means to stand something or to put something. And you put it somewhere to make it stand there, like a statue, for example. Ausstellen, if you add an aus in front of the stellen, means to turn something off, So it has a deactivation logic, to turn off, ausstellen. But it has also a second meaning, which brings us to the second logic of ausstellen, of aus in general, which is that aus can also mean that something is, or the action or the thing is brought into the public, so out of something into the public, which is ausstellen does not only mean to turn off, like ausmachen, that has the same meaning, but it also means to exhibit, like the exhibition, die Ausstellung. So you take one piece of the thing that you want to sell into the public, an exhibition. Or it does not need to be something commercial. It can also be just an exhibition of, for example, art that is not to be sold. And then we have a third meaning of aus, which is to work out something. So here again, out, the same logic as out into the public or work out. For example, to work out literally comes from arbeiten in German. It's ausarbeiten. It's ausarbeiten. To work out means ausarbeiten. So for example, to finalize, to work out. If I tell you work out a model, let's say we're building a house, and then I ask you, hey, please first build a model of this house, 3D model. Then I say, arbeite ein Modell aus, work out a model, arbeite ein Modell aus. Okay, so these are all the meanings of aus. So the most important one is the deactivation, which is the opposite of the an, which is the activation. So anmachen is to turn on, ausmachen is to turn off. So this is all about the package of aus that you are supposed to know. Well, now we're coming to the first major important prefix, which is the prefix of be. Be. It is important because 25% of all German verbs using a be prefix. So every verb in German can use several prefixes, like you saw with machen. Machen, we already had ausmachen, anmachen. So minimum two meanings, even though there are a lot of prefix usages for machen. But it is that 25% of the German verbs are using be. So every fourth verb that you know has a different meaning if you put a be in front of it. And the interesting fact is that the more important a verb is, the higher is the chance that it is not separable from the verb. So all important prefixes are not separable from the verb. So that makes the thing way easier, as we learned here in the grammar. The example of bezahlen, which you see one example of be here, be always stays with the Zahlen, while if it's separable, then like anrufen, then the an can be at the end of the sentence away from the verb. That makes it more complicated. But the more important prefixes don't have this complication. They stay always with the verb. So 25% of all German verbs have a B, and the cool thing about this is it is only one meaning and one meaning only for B, which is a social context of whatever you put it on. It gives the thing a social context. So let's go with the first example here. We have bezahlen. So if I say I pay, then I can say ich zahle, or I pay the bill, for example, ich bezahle die Rechnung. So zahlen und bezahlen have almost no difference. The difference is so slight that even Germans cannot explain it. But it is roughly about the idea. If you say bezahlen, then it has a social context of paying. So if you are alone sitting on a table and you're asking the waitress for the bill, then you say ich zahle. But if you are sitting with other people on the table and you want to pay their common bill, then you say ich bezahle, because the paying now has a social context, because you pay for other people as well, not only for you. That is the social context aspect of B. I always tell people, you remember it, B, like to be in English, to be or not to be. That's the question. So be is here like in form of being in a social way. Now let's have some examples. For example, stellen means to order, to stand something, to stand something, to put something in a standing position. And bestellen means to order, So let's say you order a package, then you can say, okay, ich stelle das Paket dahin, I put the package there, or ich bestelle das Paket, that means I ask somebody else, so a social version of it, to put it there. So to do this transport for me, I order it. So again, it has a social context now. Then something that is not existing in English is the example of fahren, to drive, and befahren means that there is frequent driving traffic on it. So it is a social context of the driving, means many people drive there. For example, how would I say the ski driving places in winter are very frequently driven. In German would say die Skipisten sind im Winter stark, like strong, befahren. Befahren means they are driven frequently. There are many people. It's a social context. Then we have, for example, the verb of glauben, to believe. Glauben, to believe. And beglauben now is to authenticate, which is the logic of if I'm a lonely person, if I'm alone and then I do an action and then I tell about this action to others, well, I believe in this, that I did it, but the others did not see it. So I need somebody who is beglauben it, so who is sharing this belief. And if there's more than one person, then it's a social believing, which is beglauben. And a notar, for example, who's signing documents, isn't doing nothing else but beglauben the certificate. So he is giving social belief in it, like that people believe that this document is like valid. For example, how would I say the notar is like authenticating the document is. Der Notar beglaubigt oder beglaubt das Dokument. Der Notar beglaubt das Dokument. Then, very important is the word scheißen in German, which means to shit. Why it is important, you learn in the lecture of country names in the A1.1, as well as in the lecture of accusative training in the A1.1 package. But to make it very short, every culture has their social circumstances, and the social circumstances lead to social tension, and this social tension you are verbalizing. For example, if you're living in a culture where you are living with your parents permanently, then it happens that in these cultures, the tendency is that people offend each other by their mother or by their family. So, for example, in Italian culture, where the Italians are the ones who are living the longest at their parents' house in Europe, the average age of an Italian man moving out of his house, I think, as I remember, was 34 or 38. So they have a very strong tie with their mothers. And now, if you offend each other in Italy, then it's always going about your mother. Maffangulo. Yeah, in any way, and then adding something about your mother. So Italians, so they meant the social the social condition of living with the mother leads to offending the mother. That is a normal thing. And now the question is, uh, for the German, it's always scheißen. It's everything is about scheißen. If you say it in a negative way, if you offend somebody, then you say scheiße. He is shit. The situation is shit. That is a shit, whatever, shit job or shit car or whatever. Everything is with scheiße. Now the question is why. To make that short, Italian have the social issue of mothers as they live with mothers that brings up tension, and Germans had the issue of always living inland, so far away from the coast, and that means they all live at rivers. And if they all live at rivers, where are they shitting in? Into the rivers. But where do they take their water out? From the rivers. So the shit goes into the river, and they take the water to drink out of the river. Which leads to the problem that hygiene and shit was the biggest issue for the German population in general, for deeply inland living people over centuries. That brought Scheiße a very special meaning in German, which is basically one of the main reasons to die until the 30s, 40s, 50s. Yeah. Because people died of cholera and things that were coming by shit into the water that they were drinking. So that's why, like, a living condition led to Scheißen, like led to the, uh, the cursing of things. Yeah. So now bescheißen has therefore also a very special meaning. Scheiße means to shit, but now a social context of shit is to cheat somebody. You are socially shitting on somebody, literally. Yeah. That is to cheat. Bescheißen. So if I, for example, say I cheat him, then like that is more in a business way, not in cheating in form of a relationship with your partner, like with your beloved. So then you are saying, ich bescheiße ihn. Ich bescheiße ihn. So that is the prefix of be, and that is for 25% of all German verbs, so it is ultra important. This one is worth to note down. This one is worth to learn also systematically. All the others are very complicated and are rare to use, but this is very often to use, and it's easy to remember because it's just one interpretation. But this interpretation is very complex. If you, for example, think about Glauben and Beglauben, if you just know that Glauben means belief and then socialing believing to authenticate, yeah, you can guess it, but it's not so obvious. But still, if you at least have in the back of your head that this is a social context, then this already helps you a lot to understand the word transformation from Glauben to Beglauben, for example. Good. Now let's go to the next one, which is a very literal one and very easy to guess. It is durch, through, durch. So durch has basically the meaning that it has as a preposition, through, and it is a meaning of moving through something. For example, if I say fliegen und durchfliegen, so that means fly and fly through something. So how would I, for example, say I fly through the clouds? Ich fliege durch die Wolken. Ich fliege durch die Wolken. I fly through the clouds. Or we're going with the transferring. That is a second meaning. So you're basically moved or transferred through the line, which you can see by the example of the stellen, which is stellen is to stand, and like stand to put something in a standing position, and durchstellen is to put through the phone line, to put you through the phone line. For example, I call the secretary and say, können Sie mich zum Chef durchstellen? Can you put me through the phone line to the boss? Yeah. So that is basically also moving, but in a sense of transferring, yeah, durchstellen. So if you put through, it literally means that you put it through in a moving way, even if it's metaphorically. Okay, so this is all about through, and then we go to the ein. Ein has no obvious English translation at all, ein. So we give it instantly the explanation that it means to start or to set something newly. To start or to set something newly. Ein. For example, if I say stellen, to make something standing, yeah, put something in a standing way, and einstellen, that means to employ somebody, einstellen. So the person is, you put him standing, and you put him standing into the position that is employing. So that is, you start a new job, to start or set something newly, yeah, einstellen, to employ somebody. So that is something newly. Also something newly is then what follows after you are eingestellt, after you're employed, is you are going from arbeiten, to work, to einarbeiten. Einarbeiten means to train a new worker for his new task. Again, to start or to set something newly. Einarbeiten. For example, ich arbeite mich für den neuen Job ein. I work myself into the new job task, like I train myself into it. So ein has a meaning of starting, new setting. Then we go to the second meaning, which is kind of similar. It is move into. For example, brechen means to break. Brechen means to break. And einbrechen means to break into. So somebody goes into, like a into movement, into the house and breaks into it. The same logic is with die Einfahrt, the entrance, die Einfahrt. This is the entrance for cars into a parking house, for example. So here again, Einfahrt is a into movement. So ein in total has the meaning of something newly to start and something moves into it. By the way, if you're moving about the colors here, if you're wondering, see, if it's a neutral meaning of a word, I give it gray. If it's more a negative meaning or something to turn off, I give it red. And if it's something more positive or action related, I put it in green for you. Good, so this is ein, everything about starting new and moving into it. Then let's go to another very important prefix in German, which is end. End is 15% of German words covering. So 15% of all German words are using a form of end, and therefore it is not separatable from the verb. As always, the most important ones are not separatable. And it is also just having one meaning, which is great. So again, this is a word that is not only important, it is also easy to remember. And therefore, I would recommend you to write it down. This is a word that you really can learn actively, not passively by just hearing it 10 times by somebody else saying. This is something you can actively use. For example, if I say sorgen, which means to care or worry about, and entsorgen means to dispose. So the question here is, you are caring, yeah, about something. You care about it. You spend your time, your energy into it, and then you're putting an end in front of it. Entsorgen means you finalize this caring. You don't do care anymore, which is, in this logic, it's waste. So it's disposed. You don't care about it anymore. Entsorgen, so you dispose it. Yeah, you threw it away. The same is with the word of to throw away. That is in German. To throw away, to throw in general, to throw is werfen, to throw, and entwerfen is to finalize, to draft, or to design something. So werfen is to throw, and now comes the metaphor of you threw something into a plan. An idea is thrown into reality, and you do the end of it, like in English, like end. Yeah, you can remember actually end in English is very close. Like to end something is very close and easy to remember. So you end this idea by realizing it with a draft or a design. So if I say I should design something, like design the model, then I say entwerfe das Modell, entwerfe, so design it. So this is an important one that you can indeed write down and learn, because it is easy and it's covering most of the German verbs. Or 50% are not most, but these are a lot. So you put an end in front of this verb, and then it is the finalization, the ending aspect of it. Now we're going from one important prefix to another. We will now cover the er prefix, er, which is 10% of all German verbs use any kind of er in them. Er has also no translation to English, but for you to have an idea, it is having two aspects, and the first aspect is by far the most popular. It is a knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer. For example, the word of finden, to find, finden, to find. Now, erfinden means to invent. So basically, somebody finds something new. He's inventing it. Yeah. So there is a knowledge transfer in it. Knowledge transfer from idea to practice. Or then fahren und erfahren, something completely different. Fahren means to drive. Erfahren means to experience. It is basically the knowledge transfer of by moving something. The knowledge transfer by moving something equals the experience, because to experience something you need to move something. Then klären, to clarify, that's close to English, to clarify. Klären turns into erklären, which means to explain. So clarify by knowledge transfer is explain. So is a knowledge transfer. How would I, for example, say explain the rule? Explain the rule in German is erkläre die Regel. Erkläre die Regel. So everything with that is easy to remember, and it's important because 10% of the German verbs are having an form. Is a knowledge transfer in the most usage cases. Then there is one other usage case for which is finalizing a process. For example, by the verb reichen and erreichen. Reichen is to pass or to give something, like ich reiche dir die Hand, I give you my hand, for a handshake, for example. And erreichen is to reach something. For example, we reach the mountaintop. Wir erreichen die Bergspitze, top, Spitze. We reach the mountaintop. Wir erreichen die Bergspitze. But I would say even this finalization of a process still has something in common with a knowledge transfer, because a knowledge transfer like erfinden is always that there is an end product or an end transfer, an end mean, and finalizing a process is also like ending aspect. You realize something. Good. So this is that is also important, and you can learn this actively, write vocabulary down, search the internet for more verbs for this. This is very useful. It's not that hard to remember, especially the knowledge transfer metaphor behind it. Okay, then let's go to the fourth, which is not so often used, but still important for you to know, is fort, which fort has often the absolute same meaning, and therefore it's easy to remember. It's a continuation process. Continuation process, like you have, for example, setzen, and fortsetzen. Setzen means to sit down, and fortsetzen means to continue, literally, to continue. Or you have the word of dauern, which means to last, and you have fortdauern, which means to continue lasting. For example, how would I say the war continue lasting, like the war is still going on? The answer for this is, in German we would say, der Krieg, the war, der Krieg dauert fort. Der Krieg dauert fort. So here you have an example of a separable prefix. Der Krieg dauert fort. Dauert fort is continue lasting. Good. Then everything here has so to do with a continuation of a process. Especially this word is very good to continue, fortsetzen. Then the second meaning of fort is a distancing by a movement. A distancing by a movement. Now you already had a prefix for distancing, which is up. So you have here a metaphorical distancing, but this Abstand in abnormal is not a movement. It's just an already existing distance. But here it is a distancing by movement. So you actively create this distance. For example, if you say laufen, it means to walk, and fortlaufen means to run away. So you distance from by a movement, by running away. For example, how would I say the inmates run away? Like the inmates of a prison run away. The answer, die Gefangenen laufen fort. They run away. Good. Then bringen is also with a fort. Bringen means fortbringen, to bring away. Bringen, to bring, and fortbringen is to bring away. So you're distancing it by moving it from A to B. So from fort, we have the package closed, has two meanings. One is the continuation, the other one is to distance it by a movement. Now we go to a very easy one that you don't need to learn at all. It's so obvious. It's frei. Yeah? Frei, which means in English, free. So frei has a freeing process in any way. So for example, if you say machen, to make, and frei machen is to get naked. To make naked, literally. Get naked, to make naked. Or if you say stellen, to stand, and freistellen, so you stand something free. That means you make it available. You get an exempt. Freistellen. For example, if you are freed from a service duty, then it is said, du bist freigestellt. For example, military service, freistellen vom Militärdienst, get freed from the military service. Then also freeing in the form of freisetzen. So setzen, to sit, and freisetzen is to unleash, for example, how would you say the terrorist unleashes the virus? Der Terrorist setzt das Virus frei. So the virus is now free. It is unleashed. So everything with frei is to be taken very literally. It is just that the word that you put a free in front is now having a freeing function. So that is also very easy to remember. Then the next one is also easy to remember. It's very literally. Her in German, her. In English, here. Here and here. So this has the meaning of that the person who uses this is referring to the action with here orientation. So the here orientated action and here is defined by the perspective of the speaker. So if the speaker says, for example, bringen, it means to bring, but if he says herbringen, then he means bring here, herbringen. So for example, how would I say the postman is bringing the delivery here. The postman brings the delivery here. Der Postbote bringt die Lieferung her. Der Postbote bringt die Lieferung her. Herbringen, to bring here. And the person who says bring here, like bring us here, means here is his position. Yeah, what he sees, what he thinks. what he points on. Then, for example, also to see, sehen, und hersehen is to look here, to look here. So this is very easy to remember. It is mostly with movements, but also with senses here in this case. So you can remember this easily. I would put this on your list. Then we have one exception here. You can say also here with stellen, which means to put here. So herstellen can mean to put here, but it can also mean to produce. So herstellen means to put here something, like please, like put it here. Bitte stelle es her. But it can also means to produce. For example, produce cars. Stelle Autos her. Please produce cars. Bitte stelle Autos her. So here is mainly for the direction, but this one exception of herstellen, to produce, that is indeed important for you to know. That is often used, herstellen. This means her in all its variations. Now, even easy to understand is the hin. Hin. So her means here, and hin has the same aspect, but it means there. Follows the same logic. So here means here, hin means there. If you point somewhere saying here, like hin, here hin, there too. So for example, if you say hinstellen, like you have stellen to place somewhere, yeah, to put it in standing position, but hinstellen means to put it there, and you point it. Stellen Sie es dahin, put it there. Hinstellen, put it there, like the speaker points at the location. Or if you say hingehen, so from gehen, which means to go, to hingehen is go there. Ich gehe dahin, I go there. The speaker defines what this, like what this hin means, like what this place is that is defined as there. But it means just there, and most commonly used, you hear this all the time in form of dahin. So if you say da, it means there, and dahin, there too. It is like there too. It is like a movement. There too, dahin. Bitte stellen Sie es dahin. Please put it there too. Yeah, please put it there. So the da means there, to, dahin, and hin here is there. So we have here, here, and hin, there. Both are important for location, movements. So these I would learn, they are easy to remember. Here is here, and hin is there. Now for the next one, we're going to the so-called hinter, which is officially as a preposition meaning behind. And nomen est omen, name is prediction, it has something to do with behind. But first of all, it is a not separatable one that is exceptional. Mostly only the important ones who are represented by more than 10% of the German verbs are not separatable, but here it is separatable. And hinter means to go behind the neutral or negative obvious of something. So for an example, if you ask for something, you say fragen. Ich frage nach dem Produkt. I ask for the product. But if you're hinterfragen, then you question if it's correct. Like, for example, there's a crime happening. The police is coming to check and asking the people, where have you been during the crime time? And some people are having strange, like more excuses than alibis. So then the police starts to go behind the obvious and question them if that is actually correct. So this is their version. So the police goes behind this version, behind, to question the correctness of it. Or if you are to go, gehen, and if you are hintergehen somebody, means to deceive somebody, to betray somebody. For example, hintergeht seinen Freund. He is deceiving his friend. So these all have a neutral or negative behind the obvious going meaning, which is easy to remember because behind, hinter, is the meaning of it. Then hinter can also mean to move after something, to go after or move after something. For example, if you're just saying hinterher, hinterher, that means to follow somebody. Hinterher, to follow. Like you go behind, her is like here, behind here means after, you go after somebody. How would I, for example, say go after him? Go after him would be gehe ihm hinterher. Ihm is dative because here it's a relation. Gehe ihm hinterher. Go after him. Gehe ihm hinterher. So here we have the hinterher as the with the prefix hinter, which means to go after somebody. So this is an after movement, or to go literally after a person. Then a third meaning is leave something like behind in a way. So behind leaving of something, for example, legen, lay, and hinterlegen is to deposit. So you lay something somewhere for somebody, so you deposit it. For example, how would I say? He deposits his package. Hinterlegt sein Paket, for example. So this is all about hinter, which you see here in the package. Now let's go to a very easy to understand one, which is the word and prefix hoch, hoch, which means high in English, high. So that is very literate to understand. And this I copied here with a complete box because it's easy to understand. So hoch means high in any way, high. So high in the physical way, and then we turn it here in the metaphorical way. So it is physical high or metaphorical increase. For example, if we go with klettern, to climb, and hochklettern is to climb up. For example, die Bergsteiger klettern den Berg hoch. The mountain climbers are climbing up the mountain. So that is to be understood very literally. Hochklettern, climb high up. But also in a metaphorical way, like hocharbeiten, which means to climb up the career ladder, is like to go high in the career, to go high in the work. So hocharbeiten is to climb up the career ladder. For example, he climbs up the career ladder is like arbeitet sich hoch. So it means you're working hard to go up the career ladder in your profession. Good. The next one is as well understandable with the preposition, meaning with, mit. So mit means with, so it has a meaning of any attached to an action. Anything is attached to an action. For example, fahren, mitfahren, fahren to drive, and mitfahren is to join to somebody who is driving. For example, ich fahre mit dir, I drive with you. Or der Mitfahrer of a train, of a bus ist the passenger, der Mitfahrer. And mitnehmen is to take, with, to take away, mitnehmen. So you are attaching whatever you're asking for. How would you, for example, say, even a restaurant, if they're asking to take away, and then you say yes, to take away, it is zum Mitnehmen, ja, zum Mitnehmen. So to take away, yeah. So you attach this, whatever you want to take away, to yourself. Then the next box is the box that is a little bit harder to understand. It is nach, after, but it cannot be understood as after completely. It is more in the meaning, and it has only one meaning, is to prolonging something. So something comes to an end, but you are extending it time-wise, for example. For example, if you are saying, if you're using the word reichen, which means to reach something. Reichen. Reichen means to reach, and like to hand somebody something to reach, like giving the hand, already made example, handreichen. But nachreichen means to hand it in after the deadline or after it's supposed to come to an end. For example, ich reiche das Projekt nach der Deadline nach. I hand in the project after the deadline. So it is prolonging here. Or kommen und nachkommen. Like kommen is like to come, and nachkommen is to come after. So you're coming after, even though everybody already, for example, left. The same is also der Nachkomme is the descendant. So the person who comes after you and, for example, takes your heritage, for example. So nach has these meanings which are everything after or prolonging. Then we go to one very simple to understand, which is deep. Deep. So I copy the whole box. That's easy to understand for you. Deep, in German tief, is to be taken literally, physical or metaphorical. For example, schlafen, tief schlafen, sleep, to sleep deep, or religiös, tief religiös, religious or deep religious. For example, in Mekka haben wir viele tief religiöse Menschen. In Mecca, the holy city of the religion of Islam, there are many deep religious people. Or ernst, serious, tief ernst, deeply serious. Yeah, that's an expression, deeply serious, of a person who is really always like, you know, like this in his face impression. He's always very serious. Okay, and then we go to over, and that is also easy to understand, so I copy the whole box. Over means über, as a preposition as well as a prefix. So it is that you're going above, higher, or over in a physical or metaphorical meaning. For example, fahren is to drive, überfahren is to run over. So you're driving over something. Yeah. For example, der Mann ist tot, weil wurde überfahren. The man is dead because weil überfahren wurde. Yeah, so the man is dead because he was overdriven. Somebody drove over him by car, for example. Then laufen, to walk, and überlaufen. That is not something metaphorical. Überlaufen means you're going on the other side. You're going over to the other side, over whatever, a line or whatsoever. It can mean überlaufen is to run over or switching to the opposite party, which is like to betray. For example, überlaufen to the enemy. You are switching to the side of the enemy. So that's a metaphorical going over the line. Then regional, überregional means regional over regional. So you are not only in your region, but you're operating in several regions. Okay, so this is everything about over. Now let's go to the last three to analyze, with the first one to be a bit more harder to understand. So here is the complete explanation of around, which you cannot translate 100%, but around has the meaning of an around movement, like the preposition. That is easy to understand first place. So the around movement is, for example, to bind around, to bind, for example, to tie around something. For example, ich binde die Krawatte I bind or tie around the tie. Or ich binde das Seil like I tie the rope around. So that is an around moving. For example, if you tie around a bandage, if your arm is hurt and you put a bandage on, so umwickeln, like umwickeln. Wickeln is this movement, and is around, so you umwickeln the bandage. Then the other thing is to change over. That's a very important meaning. Change over to something else. For example, if you are saying, if you're using the word of umsteigen. umsteigen. Steigen means to climb, but umsteigen means to change to another option, mostly to another train or to another airplane. So you're going from one to one station by train, and then you're changing to another train. Ich steige in eine anderen Zugabteil I am changing to another train part, train section. I change to another train section. Umsteigen. That is very popular to use to describe that you have to change the train section. And another one exceptional is bringen is to bring, and umbringen means to kill. It's another word for to kill. Umbringen. And this is following actually the same logic as change over, because if somebody is killed, he is changed over from life to death. From life to death. This change is described with this Yeah, so around. Umbringen is quite a popular word. It means to kill actively. Okay, so this is the package of Now we go with the package of under, and that is an easy to understand one. Look here, under has the literature meaning of under, like the preposition meaning. Unter in German, unter, under, almost like in English. So we have the meaning of under in form of, for example, the underwear, die Unterwäsche. Yeah? Die Wäsche means the laundry, and die Unterwäsche means the underwear. Then we have also a negative meaning of under in form of lowering the position. So you put it literally under. For example, unterbinden means to prevent something, mostly like a revolt, an uprising. Wir unterbinden die Revolte, we prevent the revolt. Or untergehen means to drown, to sink. For example, the Titanic drowned, die Titanic ging unter. Or the downfall, der Untergang, so it fell down, it went down. Yeah? So that is the downfall, der Untergang. And then something more positive is doing a fundamental action, something very strong, can also be unter, because unter has also this effect of being the fundament of something, under the house, that must be the strongest part. For example, nehmen, to take, yeah, oder unternehmen is to undertake, to attempt something. That is also the name of das Unternehmen, which means the company. So das Unternehmen is also some fundamental attempts to create a business idea. Okay, then halten, to hold, and unterhalten, that is to chat or to maintain, to support something. For example, ich unterhalte mich mit dir. I chat with you, I talk with you. Or ich unterhalte, sagen wir, eine Armee. Ich unterhalte eine Armee. I maintain an army. Like whatever a state says, it maintains an army. Es unterhält eine Armee, it maintains it. Now the last one is actually, ironically, one of the most important, if not the most important. So if you were patient enough until here, you absolutely got the most important gold coin here. It is fair. Fair. Fair is used by 45% of all German words, so almost every second verb is using fair. It's for sure not separable as all other important ones. And let's have an overview, basically just 2 points of its meaning. It is a way giving or a direction giving. So, for example, buy, kaufen, and verkaufen, to sell. Now the logic is to buy means it goes in my direction, and verkaufen, I add the fair, it goes away from my direction, away. So kaufen is to consume and verkaufen is to sell, so the product goes away. Geben is to give, vergeben is to give away, yeah, it goes away from me. Leihen is to loan, verleihen is to borrow, so leihen means the money comes to me, and verleihen means to borrow the money, it goes away from me. Oder lassen, to let, and verlassen is to leave. For example, leave the place, so it goes away. also metaphorically in a relation. Sie verlässt mich, she leaves me in a relation, for example. So everything with fair that is super easy to remember and that's so important, such an important prefix, is if you add fair, then it just goes away, the direction away from the speaker or from the described thing. Then wrong and negative handling is also very common with fair and easy to remember. So if you put fair, it can also mean a negative meaning or a wrongdoing of this action, like fahren is to drive and verfahren is to drive the wrong way. You drive just wrongly. Kochen is to cook, verkochen is to overcook, so you cook wrongly. Brennen is to burn and verbrennen, that is something more in a metaphorical thing. You burn your hand, for example, verbrennen. Yeah, but you can also burn it away. That depends how you want to perceive it. So would be the first meaning. Okay, good. And that is all about the prepositions. Now you have a complete overview of their meanings in this chart on just one piece of paper. And I would recommend you to not learn these systematically, like to write down 10,000 vocabularies and learn all of them, but to learn the meaning roughly. And those ones which are marked here always with some extra boxes, which said this is 40%, this is 25% of all verbs. These ones you could indeed learn by heart by writing sentences about them and check online where you find more examples. So these ones you can learn by heart. But if you are keen to not learn them, I at least would recommend you to learn the fair, because that is super easy and that is used by every second German word. And the B is the same. It's super easy to remember and it's 25% of the verbs are using it. That is indeed very helpful to know that. And that's it. That's all about the prefixes. And I hope this overview makes you now understanding to have an idea of what these prefixes are about. And the best about it is that you will never ever find anything like this anywhere else. So you have it now. It's like this. It took me seriously a year to always have this lecture again and again and again to develop this further to now have this final overview of everything. And this is something you probably have as one of the few in all your surrounding. No other whatever book or something teaches you this. Yeah. So, and I wish you now to understand the prefixes better. And I thank you for your patience. And if you really watched the video until here now, you are so patient that you will definitely learn German. Good success, and I see you in the next journey. I welcome you on board. Do you know what this here, or you can also take this, or this, or this, has in common with this? You see what it is? The small metal piece to hammer into the wall. So this metal piece and this piece of my finger is sharing the same name in English. It's the nail to hammer and the nail of the finger. So now both are called the nails. And this is what you call an homonym. Homonym is Greek and comes from the word homo. Homo means the same, like for example homosexual, like sexuality with the same gender. And nyms, if you would translate it in the total sense, name. So the same name, the same name. So this nail of my finger has the same name as this metal piece, the nail for hammering into the wall. So today we're going to talk about the most important homonyms in the German language, and also you will discover why actually two complete different things have the same name. But first things first, the question is, why is something else having the same name, or why is the name given to two things at the same time? There is a theory I have, which is that something catches the same name, gets the same name, like the nail here and then the metal nail, because they have the same function, and therefore metaphorically you call it the same thing. For example, the fingernail is the hard thing you work with to scratch something or to open something. When people were still living in older times, they were always using their fingernails to open something, for example, or to to use a hard part to scratch it away. And the nail has a similar function. It is the hard thing that you nail into the wall to make something hold. And so it might have, or it might had a similar function, or it might had also a similar attitude, because the metal nail is a hard thing that you put into something softer like the wall, as well as the nail is a hard thing that you put in to scratch something away, like whatever butter, for example, that is softer. So it might be that original object had its name and the other object that had the same attitude received this name, so that it went from A to B. In this case, for example, probably the fingernails were first, and then came the metal nail, and the metal nail had the same attitudes like the fingernails, and therefore the metal nail was described or called the same way as the fingernails. So that might be the reason why things have the same name, so they are metaphorically or pictorially having the same function or the same attitudes. Now, we are going to discuss now 4 categories of homonyms that I list you for you to have examples and to understand how they actually work. First of all, we have homonyms that have rather the same article or a changing article in their name. Let's go with the same article first. These homonyms are numerous, so there are many homonyms, but I list here 5 very important ones for you to learn, which are the following. So, first of all the homonyms that you see now share the same article. So, die Bank can mean the bank financially, where you bring your money, where you keep your money, and the bench to sit on, the bench in a park. And both are called die Bank. They have the same article die, the female. So the financial bank and the bank to sit on. So now why is the financial bank called after the bank to sit on, or vice versa? It might be because the money is literally sitting on a bank, like in a trésor, in a safe in the financial bank. So it might be that this metaphor of you let the money sit led to the expression of the financial bank. Then we talked about the nail, which is the fingernail, and the nail to hammer into the wall. The origin might be, as we said, the nail to hammer into the wall is also something hard like the fingernail, and that's why it was called like the fingernail. So both of them are der Nagel. And we have das Schloss, which can mean the lock, to locking up something, like you need a key, to delock it, to unlock it. Or it means a chateau, which is a castle, like a castle. A Schloss is a castle with less defense purposes, more for enjoying the time, like a resort of aristocrats in ancient times. So why are these connected with each other? It's simply the lock, to lock something up, is in the chateau, you also lock yourself up. You lock your treasuries up, you also lock yourself up from society, so you are separated from the regular people. Then das Gericht can have 2 meanings. It can mean the court in a jurisdiction way, you go to court, there is the lawyer and the judge sitting, or it means the meal. Now, what they have in common, I can't say, but my first guess would be that if you went to court in ancient time and you were receiving death penalty, then there is this German saying of you get your last meal, das letzte Gericht, which means you get some good food before you are killed, executed. Might be connected with this. by that. So die Decke means the blanket to sleep. You know, you put a blanket over you to get it warm, but it can also mean the roof. And both are having the function of something is put on you to protect you. Like the roof, like the ceiling, is above you to protect you against rain and cold and snow. And the blanket has the same function. It warms you up. It's above you. So die Decke has also, therefore, a very clear metaphorical meaning. So there are endless more of these, but these are by far the most important that I see in the all-day life being used. So these 5, or in that case 12 meanings, I would, 10 meanings I would learn by heart. They are very useful. Then we're coming to those ones who are changing the article, which are these 6 ones. So as you see, these nouns are the same nouns in a written form, but they change the article from die to der, for example. So if we have die Leiter, it means the ladder to climb up. And der Leiter means the leader, the organizer. So why they have now different articles, that's unknown, that's historically grown, but the metaphor behind it is again very similar. The ladder is to go up, and the leader is also there to go up, to go in front of everybody, to do he's supposed to do the first things, or to be the leading role, so he's higher up. Then we have die Steuer und das Steuer. Das Steuer means the steering, which is the basically the control mechanism to drive a car or a ship. So das Steuer is what you grab your hand on to direct the vehicle. So the steering is to direct something, or specifically to direct a vehicle. Now, die Steuer means the tax, so the money that the state takes. And both of them have practically the same idea. It is that the steering is directing the vehicle, while the Steuer is directing the economy, or the state's actions. So with the Steuer, you can basically control the direction of the economy, or at least influencing it. Die Steuer. You have also the verb steuern, which means to control something in a way of to direct the direction. Das ist steuern. That would be more the verb of das Steuer, the steering. And then you have also the word of besteuern. Besteuern means to tax something. If you want to know why be has now a different meaning, then please check out the chapter of the prefixes, where you learn everything about how the prefix, these 2 letters here, are changing the meaning of the word. And to make this short here, if you put a B in front of a word, then it has a social aspect, a social impact. So steuern means to navigate, to control, and besteuern means to tax. So it is basically to navigate the economy or the people. So it is a social aspect of to navigate. So that is the tax and the steering. Now we go to die Taube and der Taube. Die Taube is the pigeon, the animal that flies, and mostly living in cities. And der Taube is the deaf person who cannot hear. He is not able to hear anything. Now, why are those 2 connected? My guess is that if you see the pigeons on the street, it sometimes makes you wondering that it seems like they don't hear anything. You're just walking next to them, you drive with machines next to them. It seems not to bother them at all. And that might be the picture that led to the idea that deaf have the same attitude, same physical attitude. They don't hear. Or the other way around. Maybe the deaf were first, and the attitude of not hearing was seen with the pigeons as well, so that they got the name by that. but we can't say that, even though die Taube is very likely coming from a very ancient word, which means the dark ones, because they had dark feathers, or they have dark feathers. That is an interpretation. But anyway, we'll never know exactly, but the attitude is shared. The pigeon is not hearing something, as well as the deaf one is not hearing anything. Now we're going to two more categories. For you to have the variation of the homonyms, it is that there are sometimes verb forms that are equaling a noun, which we have in the following category here. So, das Rennen means the race, the car race, for example. And wir rennen means we run. So we run the marathon, for example. So both have the same form, but here there is a big R and there is a small r. Now, how you make a difference between them is clearly das Rennen has an article in front, while wir rennen has a personal pronoun in front. So the personal pronoun must logically define an action. So the action comes after. So that is how you make a difference between them. Another example is der Haken, which is the hook. For example, the fishing hook. But then you have also ich hake, which means I hook something. For example, I hook or put the jacket on the wall. In German would say ich hake die Jacke an die Wand. So that has the same form of writing it, but is different in the meaning. I mean, ich hake has not the form of haken, but you can say wir haken, which means we hook, and then haken has the same form. Der Haken and wir haken. Good. Then we go to the pronunciation situation, which is that there are some words which are written absolutely the same way, but they are pronounced differently and therefore change the meaning. Here I have two examples for you. These things are very rare in German, but they exist. Which you have, for example, here, die Hochzeit is the marriage, die Hochzeit. But if you say die Hochzeit, it means the high age or the golden age. Now here on purpose emphasize die hoch by making this attitude of something goes up, yeah. But it is not written that way, and the words are written exactly the same. So Hochzeit and Hochzeit are written that way. I just mark you this hoch to show you what needs to be pronounced stronger to make the difference. So Hochzeit means marriage and Hochzeit means the golden age, the high time. Now here Hochzeit is basically just the preposition of hoch, which means high, in front of the noun. And that is describing the noun better. It just says, okay, it's not the time or the age, it's just it is specifically the high age, Hochzeit. Then we're going to these examples. So, okay, here, one more point to say is that if you're taking a preposition like hoch in front of the noun like Zeit, then the meaning of the noun is not changed. It is just described better. Like, for example, the Niederzeit, nieder means lower. Niederzeit would be something like the decreasing times of something. For example, the original word of the Netherlands, die Niederlande, means nieder, lower lands, the lower lands. So the nieder, the attitude, the adjective here, like the adjective hoch, changed the meaning of lands. So the Netherlands means the lower lands, the lower country, because it's flat, it's very low, and often it is by floodings from the ocean, suffering from them because it's so low. So here you're adding an adjective to the noun, and then you have a better description of it, while this means marriage. Good. Then to the next one, we have here modern, so you are emphasizing the E, and modern, so you're emphasizing the O. Now, modern means modern in a way of contemporary, new. So this is, for example, a modern car. Or you say modern, which means to rot, mainly to rot away. It's modert, it's rotting, or it rots. So this is an original German word, and this is an imported word from, I guess, from French, or from in general from Latin language. So both words coincidentally are written the same way, mean something different, but actually this is a foreign expression, and therefore it is actually not a German word. So both words have the same way of being written, but they are emphasized on different points. But this word is only written the same way because it's actually a non-German word that is coincidentally written like the German modern. So that can happen as well. Good. So these are the 4 categories of the homonyms. Now, I would recommend you to learn these homonyms. They are indeed very useful, especially the ones here on the left side with the changing article in the same article. Now, if you are unsure about the word meaning in general in German, what you can always do is to tell the mother tongue who speaks with you, excuse me, I'm not a mother tongue, I don't understand this word. If you say, excuse me, I'm not a mother tongue, I don't understand this word, in German, then the German mother tongue is most of the time, I mean, I never experienced it different, very polite. Yeah, so if you have this expression of Entschuldigung, ich bin kein Muttersprachler. I'm not a mother tongue. Was heißt, and then you are listing the word, for example, Nagel. Yeah, if you're not sure what nail means. Was heißt Nagel? So most important is that you use these magical words. Entschuldigung, ich bin kein Muttersprachler. Just by the simple logic, imagine you would have foreigners coming to your office or wherever you work, and they would permanently ask for the same. You would be just like, oh, not again. Like the 100th person who's asking this. And those foreigners cannot speak your language, but they live in your country, so that on long terms annoys you. But if now a foreigner is coming who doesn't speak German well and is bringing such a perfect, polite answer or excuse or request saying, excuse me, I'm not a mother tongue, then you are way more taking this person serious or seriously. You really see that this person is doing a lot of effort to learn German by saying such a good sentence and being so polite, you feel even a bit flattered that this person is so polite to you. So give the mother tongue who you want to ask the expression for a polite answer. Give the mother tongue respect to get respect from the mother tongue. Yeah, giving respect to get respect. That is a formula that you can use all your life long in every situation. Giving respect to get respect. You first give before you are asking. That can definitely give the situation a big turn, and the mother tongue will very likely explain you in a polite and understandable way what the translation is or the meaning of it. So that's all you're supposed to know, and I now thank you for your time, and I would recommend you to not look up all the homonyms. That is just a huge list to learn, and most of them are not really in practical use, but to learn at least these ones here. They are very, very useful. Good. I hope that widened your horizon, and I'm looking forward to guide you into your next journey. Thanks for your time. I welcome you back on board today to solve the mystery when to use a capital letter in the German language. It is often very confusing for people when to write a letter big and when to write it small in the German language. So to make this easy for you, I took all the rules into just 4 packages that will make it very obvious for you when to use a capital in the German language and when not to write it. So let's go with the first package. That is everything that is a noun, and all the names are written in capital letters in German. For example, das Auto or plural Autos without even an article, you spell it with a capital letter. Or just names like Kevin, like my name, or title names like Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the famous German literature and administrative person, was written here with a big G or with capital G. Or names like the cars, Mercedes, or historical names like the First World War, the Erste Weltkrieg, are written in big letters. So everything about the noun and names is always in big letters. Let's go already to the second package. That is, at the beginning of a sentence, you always write capital letter. It doesn't matter what it is, what word it is. The first word, the first letter of any sentence is in big letters. For example, der Mann geht nach Hause. So der is with a big letter. And it doesn't matter what the second letter would be. For example, lange Zeit ging doch dann rief das Taxi. So a long time he walked, but then he called the taxi. So lange Zeit, here lange is in big letter because it's at the beginning of the sentence. And if somebody wonders what rief means, it's the Präteritum of rufen, to call, and here I write it in the Präteritum instead of the past two because it is in written form. Sometimes we Germans write the Präteritum, the past one, in written form instead of using the past two. Only sometimes, but you refer always to the past two, as you know already. So better use the past two. Now, and then you also write in big letters, in capital letters, the referral of letters or any polite forms of addresses. For example, you always start a letter with sehr geehrter and so on, like dear Mr. And then it is with ich schicke Ihnen anbei. So ich, so anything that starts here after the comma is written with a big letter. How to write the most, or let's say the culturally best ways of addressing an email or letter like this, you find out in the lecture about the comma. So check out the lecture about the comma, how to start an email or a sentence in a letter in the German language, the best way. Okay, and then any polite form of address, like Sie, ihr, ihnen, for example, or anything in a polite form, you just start with big letter. So that would be the you, the formal you, and the yours in the formal way. Okay, so this is the second package. Now let's move quickly to the third package. Let's make it easy. The third package here is anything about time-related parts of the day. So whenever you have these things in front of these words, then these words are in big letters. So am Morgen, like at the morning, for example, or vorgestern, gestern, which is yesterday, or heute, today, or tomorrow, morgen, or the day after tomorrow, übermorgen. And then you add, for example, heute Nacht, today night, or gestern Vormittag, yesterday's midday. Morgen Abend, you write in big letter, or übermorgen Nacht, you write in big letters. Whenever one of these words comes in front and that follows, then these ones are written in big letters. It is like am Morgen, at the morning, or in the morning hours, or in the morning in English. So this is written with a big letter. Now let's move to the fourth package, the last one and the hardest one to understand. But here in an obvious overview, you learn that verbs, adjectives, and numbers can turn into nouns. And if they are nouns, as you see here, nouns are with a big letter, with a capital letter. So when are turning verbs, adjective, or numbers in nouns? So here, you recognize that you need a capital letter, so that you need a noun if there is an article, a possessive pronoun, or a form of kein in front of a verb, an adjective, or a number. For example, the article of ein or das, or the possessive pronoun of mein or kein. Gute Essen, for example, das gute Essen, or ein gutes Essen, or mein gutes Essen, or kein gutes Essen. So then, if one of these is standing in front of a verb, an adjective, or a number, and nothing is followed by this, then this essen is clearly a noun. So here, instead of essen to translate it as to eat, it is das Essen, which means the food in English, das Essen. So it can mean, the same word can mean to eat or the food, but here it's with a big letter, so it means the food. Then if there are adjectives or quantity words in front of the former verb, adjective, or number, then it can be, or it is a noun as well. Like quantity words are like much, few, viel, wenig, all, alles, etwas, something, allerlei, all sorts of. Then, for example, you have es gibt viel Gutes in der Welt. There is much good in the world. So if one of these words is in front of this adjective good, then it means like the good. So it is a noun. And here we have some examples in form of verbs, adjectives, or numbers. So for example, I love the swimming. Also in English, that would be the logic of a noun. I love the swimming. Ich liebe das Schwimmen im Meer, in the ocean. So here, das Schwimmen, and there's nothing coming after about another noun. So here we have another noun at the very end, but in between is an im. So here, as das Schwimmen is standing alone with das, then it means the swimming. It's a noun. Or an adjective, like es ist der größere von beiden. It is the bigger one of both. Der größere, so bigger, here an adjective in the comparative form. Der größere von beiden. Or the numbers. Ich will eine 1 in Chemie. I want to have an A in chemistry. Like in German, we don't count A, B, C in the marks. We count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with 6 the worst and 1 the best. So I want to have an A in chemistry. So here the number 1 is turning into a noun because it means the A. And here we have an article in front of it. Eine. Okay, numbers bigger than 1 million, you also write with a big letter automatically. So you have, like in any way, if there's an article in front of it or not. Like here, über 80 million Menschen leben in Deutschland. There are over 80 million people living in Germany. That's only if you're above 1 million. If you, for example, say over 8 people live in Germany, like über 8 Menschen, yeah, or let's say 8,000, 8,000, then you spell it together and in small letters. Only when it starts above million, then you're going into the capital letters. Okay, and that's it. These are the 4 aspects of the German language, writing big capital letters. And that's all. So it's not that complicated. You just need to get used to. With the most complicated thing here is the last one, probably, with some verbs, adjective, or numbers can be nouns, but it is clearly because you have articles in front of them or any kind of measurable word. And that's all of the chapter today. So thank you for your time. And now write several sentences to train this topic. Thanks for your time. Welcome, 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 welcome on board. Today you're going to solve the short mystery when to use the S in TZ form, or some call it SZ or sharp S, depends how you want to call it, or the double S or the single S. So it's often asked when to use what. And I made you 3 simple boxes to make it obvious for you. The first box is when to use the double S, which is basically after a short vowel appears, then appears a double S, or vice versa. The double S makes the vowel short that is standing before the double S. So for example, we have now always 3 examples, 1 noun, 1 verb, and 1 adjective to confirm that. So the river in German, der Fluss. So check here, Fluss is very short, yeah? Fluss. If you have a normal U, as you know from, for example, Uhr, the clock, die Uhr. So it would be it's long, while here Fluss is short. If you would put the long U here, it would sound like Fluss, but it's not Fluss, it is Fluss. So the U is very short, the vowel is very short here. Then we go to muss, same logic. Here we have an like the verb must, the modal verb, or nass, wet, nass. Same thing, it's a very short vowel, so in this case the A. For the second package, we go to the what I would call the normal S. So how you pronounce just one S. That is here, for example, the journey, die Reise, or lesen, or tausend. So this is a normal Z, tausend, Reise, lesen. Compared to the long S, which is the SZ, that is now a very long vowel in front of it, which is Spaß, which is the fun. So you hear clearly with Spaß that the vowel here, the A, is long. Spaß. Now that is because there comes the SZ at the end, or vice versa. You can say there comes an SZ because of the vowel being long. But just it is very hearable for you. Spaß. Then here Reise and Fluss. Or you can compare nass with Spaß. Spaß, nass. Clearly distinct from each other. The one is long, the other is short. The same here with stoßen. That is to bump. Or groß, that is big. So these are the three differences, all three types. The one has a short vowel, the other has a long vowel, and the S feels completely different, which is in between, like with Z, Reise, and here it is S, and here it is Z. Yeah, so clear distinction in the pronunciation. Now, often asked is also the pronunciation of the S and P. So let's do this here as well. How to especially pronounce the S and P. So that is in German a sh, p. So you pronounce like a SCH and then a P in addition. For example, you have das Spielzeug, the toy. So it is das Sp, Spielzeug, das Spielzeug. Or springen, the verb. Sp, springen. Or spaßig, which means funny. Sp, spaßig. And even if the SP is not at the beginning of a word, then it is still sp if it's in the middle of the word. Like if there is a prefix in front of the verb or adjective or noun that has an SP, like here bespaßen, then it is still sp. So bespaßen. Yeah. So if it's in the middle of the word, that does not change anything in the verb. Good. Then we're coming to the pronunciation of the ST that is often asked as well. How to pronounce the ST. And here we have two packages for you to understand, which is the following matter. So first, if the ST is at the beginning of a word or if the ST is in the middle of a word, that's different in the pronunciation. For example, der Stahl, the steel, der Stahl. Or here, if it's in the middle of the word, like hysteria, which is a Greek original word, the Hysterie. So here we have a st, and here we have a st. So der Stahl. Der Stahl works similar like here. Here you have a SP, which is sp, and here you have an ST, which is st. Yeah, same logic. Both of them are sh. And then just a different ending. So der Stahl, the steel, or stehen, to stand, or ständig, permanent. Yeah? And if the word is integrated in other words, wie zum Beispiel, for example, eigenständig, which is independently, if this would be a single word like ständig, it is a single word, which means permanent, and eigenständig, if you put something in front of it, if you have it, added, then still it is a st, even though it is in the middle of the word. While if it's an own word, which has in the middle of the word an st, which is extremely rare in German language, for you just to know, it's extremely rare to find such words, yeah? Extremely rare case. Then you have it as a form of st, die Hysterie, or der beste Mann, the best man. Good, so these are all the forms of st and sp, and how to when to spell the ss or the s or the sz. Good, that's all to know about this. Thank you for our small journey, and now find some example in your life. I welcome you on board for the next lecture soon. I welcome you on board for today's mystery of how to know if a word needs der, die, or das. So it is a big question for most learners how to actually figure out if a German noun needs der, die, oder das. Now this is the topic of what we call der genus. Der genus comes from Latin and it basically means gender. So you see here, gen and gender has the same gen in it. Now, how to use der, die, or das is unfortunately no universal rule, no logic. So that means there is no way of having one rule to understand when a word has the der, die, or das in German to determine the gender in the German language. There is no rule. Therefore, what I always recommend is, it is hard, but just learn every word. That is best done passively by speaking with German mother tongues and by reading books and watching movies, and a long time you automatically remember if you need a der, die, or das for the word. But if you're not satisfied with this answer to learn all of them, then I can at least provide you with a hint of two aspects for you to guess, not to know, but to guess what word needs what article, what gender. So there are two aspects that give you a hint what gender the noun is, but it is not a 100% rule. It's not a 100% rule. I repeat, it is just a hint that gives you higher chances to understand if the word is male, female, or neutral, but there are so many exceptions that it is not a rule. Therefore, we now divide the board in between male, female, and neutral to analyze these aspects. The first aspect of the two is the ending of the word can hint the gender. The ending of the word can, not to 100% will, hint the gender. So if you have certain endings on a noun, then there is a higher probability that this noun is following the logic of specific gender, but it is not a 100% proof. That means there are so many exceptions that this is not a rule, but just a hint for the majority of the words. For the male, the endings would be the following. Here you see a column that I made for you. Here on the left side are the endings. There is one example, and then there is a comment. So if you have, for example, the endings of A and T, then in this column here, these are all male words. For example, der Musikant, the musician, then it is most of the time der. Most of the time, not always, most of the time. These are often professions, and they are male. The same goes with the ending ast, like der Gast, the guest, is most of the time ast ending is male. The same goes for el. If the word ends on el, it's most of the time, or precisely 60% of the time, it is a male word. Or if it ends on er, often also professions or social roles or titles like profess. For example, Elektriker, the electrician, which is a profession. Then it is a male one, like der Jäger, the hunter. 60% of those nouns with er ending are indeed male. The same goes with en. Here we have even 80% of these nouns are male. For example, der Zement, the cement. Nouns that end with ich are often male, like Teppich, the carpet. Ending with ig, like Essig, the vinegar. Ending with ling, like der Schwächling, the weakling. Ending with mus, Materialismus, the materialism. Ending with or, with der Moderator, the moderator, or us, der Sozialismus, the socialism. These are most of the time male words, but it is not 100% guaranteed because there are so many exceptions. Good. Then we have another type of ending for the females, which are here listed in the following. So we have everything that ends on a is most of the time female, like die Kamera, the camera, or ans, the arrogance, the arrogance. Words with ans are very exceptional, very rarely, and mostly have the origin of Latin and Greek. The same with word endings like ens, like the conference, die Konferenz. While the German words of I, the butchery, die Metzgerei, is also often female. Then you have Heit, wie die Gesundheit, the health. I, that is by far the most female used ending. 90% of words that end with I are female. Important exception is here der Junge, the boy. Ends with an I, but is male. But the absolute majority of ending with I is female. So this is something that you can really keep in mind. If it ends on E, it is very, 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 very likely a female word. So this is something you can almost keep as a rule in your mind. If you don't know if the word is female, then just check if it's E ending, and if it's an E ending, then it's very likely female. If the word is ending on ik, then it is very likely also female, like the word pedagogy, the Pädagogik. Or if it ends with en, then it is often female, like die Prinzessin, the princess. En is most of the time also used for female professions. So if you have der Arzt, then you are ending an en, and most of the time add an umlaut, and then you change the article to die, and you have then the female form. So the Ärztin, that is to form professions, you're adding an en, and then it is most of the time a female form of the profession. So this is for female profession forms, very common. Other example would be, for example, let's say der Pilot, the pilot, and then you're just adding an in. It's like die Pilotin, So then you have a female pilot. Okay, good. Then we go with die Nation, Ion, the nation, often female. Then Keit, die Höflichkeit, the politeness, often female. Schaft, Wissenschaft, the science. Tät, Realität. Umgebung, Kultur. So you have reality surrounding a culture. If these are ending with these endings, then it is most of the time female. Now let's go to the third one, which is a bit smaller. That is the neutral one. The neutral ones are ending often with the following forms, which are listed here for you. You have chen, like das Mädchen, the girl, which is most of the time neutral if it ends on chen. These are all diminutives, which is the sweetening form of a word. You learn about the diminutives in another chapter. Check it out to understand the concept fully. The same is with line at the end of the word, like das Hündlein, the little dog. It's also in diminutives, and all diminutives are automatically neutral. Now you have here a great exception which helps you a lot. It is that if you have a GE in front, of a noun, then it is in 90% of the cases a neutral gender. So if you have the prefix, which means pre is before, like preteritum or prehistory, before, if you have a ge before the word, then it is very, very likely a neutral word. And as it is 90% of the cases that way, you should take this also as almost a rule. If you see a ge in front, then it is very likely neutral. The only exception that comes in my mind at the moment is, for example, die Geschichte, the story. That would be an exception of the 10% that is not neutral. Die Geschichte, which is here, die Geschichte means the story or the history. Good. So now, if a word ends with ma, like Thema, the topic, it is mostly originated from Greek or Latin. They are very rarely in German language, and that is most of the time neutral. Then ment, like das Instrument, then it is neutral most of the time. Then if it ends with nis or sal, then you have a 66% chance this word to be neutral, like das Hindernis, the obstacle, or das Schicksal, the fate. If it ends with el, it's most of the time neutral, like das Hotel, the hotel. And if it ends with like das Imperium, the empire, it is also mostly neutral because it is again Latin or Greek origin, and these words are very rarely. So this is the first hint. If you have these endings, then they might be belonging to a specific gender, while the most important forms that you have to learn is if it ends on en, it is 80% male. So please mark yourself this one to be very likely male, en. Then the other form you should learn is if it ends on e, then it is very likely female. And if it ends on, if it starts with ge, then it is very likely neutral. And I just see here that I made a mistake here, excuse me, cement. That cement is not ending with en, but ent. So instead of the example der Zement, you can put the example der Samen, which is the seed. Der Samen, that is en ending, that is typical male. Der Samen, the seed. So in total, these three endings, the en, male, the e, female, and the ge as the prefix, so the start of the word, being most of the time neutral, this is something you can truly remember, something that is very important and very obvious, a specific gender. Now, that is the first aspect that you can analyze to define the gender. The second for the gender definition is specific topics. There are some certain topics that are most of the time described in a certain gender. For the male, these are the following topics. Everything that is an obvious male being is logically male. For example, der Mann, the man. But there is also a male dog. There can be a female dog, which we will talk in a second, but the male dog is male. Or the male god is male. So in some religions, you have several gods, or you have a female and a male version of a god. And if it's then the male one, it is male. And then the next topic are days of weeks, or the days of the week and the months and the seasons. So time-related aspects are most of the time male, like der Montag, der Januar, der Winter. Or you have weather phenomena, they are also most of the time male, like der Regen, the rain, der Sturm, the storm, der Hagel, the hail. All car brands are very male. I guess this is a prejudice of men loving cars, so they must be male. Here we have der Porsche, der Mercedes. So if you point out and point on a specific car and say, hey, it is der Mercedes, it is der Porsche. And foreign, at least foreign from the German perspective, rivers and waters are of male article. For example, everything that has to do with waters, like der Fluss, the river, or der Ozean, or der See, the lake, or der Bach, the small river. These are all male besides das Meer. This is neutral, the ocean, das Meer. That is the only neutral thing that has to do with waters. Now, the difference between Ozean in German and das Meer is that der Ozean is a huge Meer and das Meer is a small ocean. So, for example, Ozean, we only say the Pacific or the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean. But for all the other things, we have Meer, for example, the Mediterranean Meer, das Mittelmeer. So this is all about Meer. And then the names of foreign rivers, everything that is outside of the traditional German settling ground is der, like der Nil, for example, or der Mississippi, or der Gelbe Fluss, the Yellow River in China. Good, then any currencies in German are der, like der US dollar, der Euro. The only currency that is non-der is die Mark. Die Mark was the old German currency when there was no euro yet. That was called die Mark. But that is an exception. All the other currencies are male. Then you have a very useful rubric of nouns that are formed by verbs without their en ending are mostly male. For example, if you say to sleep in German is schlafen, schlafen. And now if you want to say de sleep, you're basically cutting the en and put der in front. Der Schlaf comes from schlafen, der Schlaf. Or for example, from the word sitzen, to sit, you're cutting the en and put a der in front, and you have der Sitz, which is the seat. So to sit and the seat have the same origin, and they're always therefore male. Now let's go over to the female side. What topics are typical female? There are only two that are important for you to remember. So we talked about male beings, now female beings are female. So instead of der Mann, die Frau, the woman, that is logically female, but also any female being, like instead of der Hund, the dog, you can say the female dog, which is die Hündin. Die Hündin. So for female, you often put an umlaut on an A, O, or U to form the female, and then you add an en. As we said before, en ending, like up here, en is the typical female ending, like for professions. And here also, for example, die Göttin, the female god, you also add an en here, and then you have the female version of it. Then names for big vehicles are often female. That is a cultural thing, as big vehicles were traditionally always driven or repaired or dealt with by the male gender. So they called them after female names. For, well, you cannot really say that's a mentality thing. That's just a cultural thing of the man often associating with this vehicle as their partner, like they associate with the woman. So a typical ship captain would give his ship a female name because it is mentally oft perceived as his partner he deals with on the all-day life, and often that he also loves. That is, for example, a ship captain then gives a female name like to a ship, like it would be his wife. So that would be, for example, the Titanic, or in the same goes for planes, which is the Spitfire, which was an English airplane in the Second World War used. So the German gave it also a D, even though it's not German plane, they called it D. So these two topics are most of the time female. Now we go to the neutral perspective, which is everything that is a young being is most of the time neutral. Like, for example, das Mädchen. Das Mädchen is a young girl. is neutral because she is of a young age. Der Junge is also of a young age, the boy, but culturally he's perceived male because in ancient time, from the age of 15 on, you were perceived as a man and had to fight in war, so there was your duty. So therefore, der Junge is male and das Mädchen is female. So it is, for example, also non-human beings that are young are neutral, like das Fohlen, which is the fowl, which is the young horse. And also neutral are here any form of metals like das Gold oder das Silber, the gold or the silver. The only exception that is important for you to know is here the bronze. The bronze is a female, die Bronze. Good, then we have public buildings. They are also neutral, like das Café, das Kino, das Hotel, das Rathaus, Rathaus Citizen Hall, Kino Cinema. But the exception here is die Bibliothek, the library, that is female. So these are hints how to use the endings or certain topics to understand if it's male or female, but it is all a hint. It's not a rule. It's very unprecise. But what you can have as a rule of the thumb is if you have loan words from English, then the English word adopts the native German equivalent article. For example, das Telefon is the German word. Now, das smartphone is also neutral. It's like the English version of the phone. In nowadays, phones are mostly smartphones. So das Telefon is giving das Smartphone the article. So if you take an English word that has a German counterpart, then the English word has the article of the German counterpart. For example, der LKW which means Lastkraftwagen, which means weight power wagon, is in English the truck, and in German you would just say der Truck, the truck. So that would be a loan word from English. So these are always given the German counterpart. And here you have it. Here is the overview of the two aspects with their respected lists of how to define the gender, but it is not, I repeat, it is not a 100% rule. It's just a guess. That's why I always say, please keep in mind that you have to learn all of these words, and that is bestly done by passive learning. Now, another topic of this lecture was also as a side topic. Remember, if you have a profession that is male in its origin, and the most professions are just male mentioned, and you want to form the female out of this, then you just add an en at the end. For example, der Doktor, then you're just saying die Doktorin. If you want to have a female, then it is die Doktorin. That is how to turn it into a female version. And that's it so far. Here you have an overview now, and that might help you to identify if words are male, female, or neutral, but you still have to learn all of them, but that will happen automatically. The more you speak German, the more you will understand German, the more you will passively learn the articles. So, patience is the key, and I thank you for this journey, and I will welcome you for the next one soon. Welcome you on board. But did you ever see such a long word in your life? Donaudampfschifffahrtsgesellschaftskapitän. Donaudampfschifffahrtsgesellschaftskapitän. Yes, that is indeed one word. And German is notorious for creating such long words. Now look, this is indeed one word, which means the river name Donau. Donau is a river in South Germany. Then Dampf is steam, Schiff is ship. So Donau River, steamship. Then Fahrtgesellschaft is drive society. And Kapitän is captain. So in total it means it is a captain of the Donau steamship like Steam Driving Ship Association, which which is in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words, 6 words in one. And there is even a competition in Germany in which people form the longest existing possible word. So every year they're meeting to form the longest possible words that you can form in the German language. And if I remember correctly, there were words that had over 20 words in one combined. Now, this is the art of word combination in the German language, while what is now strange here is this in red marked S. Do you see here the S? Now, if you have Schifffahrt, ship driving, und Gesellschaft, society, there is no natural S at the end of Schifffahrt or at the beginning of Gesellschaft. And the same is with captain. It's captain, Kapitän, and not Kapitän. It's captain. Gesellschaft is also ending with a T and not with an S. So what is this S doing here? That is the question that we solve today. It will be the time for you to know what the so-called linking S in German is about. The linking S comes in between words that are combined with each other, obviously. But it seems that in some places there is an S, and like here, Donau, Dampf, Schiff, Fahrt, there is no S. So there must be a rule behind when to do an S combination and when not. Now, first things first, about the linking S, the official German name is the so-called Fugen S. Now, for you to understand what that is, die Fugen S, Fuge, die Fuge means the space between two construction components. Die Fuge is the space between two construction components. This word Fuge is nowadays very rarely used, and I personally actually know it in one occasion. In Germany, if you construct houses and you are putting tiles in the bathroom, you know, tiles are those stone plates that you put on the ground in the bathroom to make the ground water resisting or looking good. So these are tiles, and now those thin stone plates. Now, if you have tiles and you have many of them next to each other, then, okay, this tile is not looking that tileish. So here, if you have tiles, then in between the tiles, this is what you call the Fuge space, where you put the Fuge material. So you put there material that the tiles glue with each other. So that is the only usage where I nowadays know Fuge to be still used, but probably it's used in other handcraft related areas as well. So the Fuge is the space between two construction components, which makes sense to call this the Fugen S because the S is here combining the two words, so two different construction components in the grammar. And Fugen can also be related to the verb fügen, which means to put, or einfügen, which means to insert. So to put one tile next to each other and to insert in between. That is logical to remember. So this is the German name of the linking S. But most important for you is to know when to use this linking S and when not to use the linking S. So for an overview for you to understand the rule of the linking S, let's have a short to understand when to use the linking S, so when to insert an S on the left side and when not to insert an S when you combine words. Again, you see here between Dampf, Schiff und Fahrt there is no S, so these would go now here to the right side, and between Gesellschaftskapitän there is an S, so this would go now to the left side. So now we need to know why here is an S written and why here is not an S written. And these rules we're going to list in an overview. So there are two blocks in each side. In the left side, the block with yes, we're using an S, is regulated by this following rule. If the first word that is to be linked is ending with one of these endings like tum, ling, ion, tät, then you have to add an S. Let's go over them systematically. For example, das Eigentum, the ownership, das Eigentumsrecht, which means the property right or the copyright, you are adding the Recht, which is the right, and here you are adding the S, as you see. Eigentum plus S, because Eigentum ends with a tum. So if the word is ending with a ling, like der Frühling, the spring, then you also add an S, like the Spring Festival, das Frühlingsfest. Or words that end with ion, like this, das Stadion, the stadium, they are also with an linking S, like for example, the stadium entrance, der Einlass. Or die Qualität, tät ending, the quality, Qualitätszertifikat, so here quality certificate, or Heit, Gesundheit, the health, and das Gesundheitswesen, the healthcare. So here linking as required. Die endings with Schaft, like Eigenschaft, the characteristic, like Eigenschaftsprüfung, the characteristic, examination, needs a linking S. Aussicht, the view, the Aussichtsplattform, the viewing platform, linking S. UNG, Vergnügung, the pleasure. Der Vergnügungspark, the amusement park, needs a linking S. So if the words end with these endings, then it needs a linking S. And the second category of when to use a linking S is here, when the first word, the left word, is a verb in the infinitive, and in addition with a noun, you need a linking S. For example, essen, to eat. The joy of eating is essen. So you see here, you put this infinitive verb in here, essen. And then you add an S plus a noun, like here, joy, the joy of eating, Essensfreude. So again, you're having an infinitive verb like essen, then you add to the infinitive verb an S and add the noun, Essensfreude. The same, for example, leben, to live, Lebensängste, fears of life, or wissen, to know. Der Wissensdurst, the thirst of knowledge. So here again, infinitive plus S plus the noun. So this is how you can create words with a linking S. Now, let's go to the rules when to not have a linking S. So this rule is also in two blocks. The first block is if the word is feminine, so female, so die, has not an ending like in number one, which is this one. So if the word is female and it does not have an ending like in number one, then it does not need a linking S. For example, we have the word die Kuh, the cow. So you see, die Kuh is female, and then it has not an ending like in one of these. So there is no tum, ling, ion, tät, and so on the end of Kuh. So that's why you don't need a linking S. For example, die Kuhglocke, the cowbell, there is no linking S in between. Or die Sonne. Die Sonne is female and it has no ending like tum, ling, ion, Qualität, and so on. So it does not need a linking S like die Sonnenuhr, the sundial. Or you have die Zeit, the time. Die Zeit has no endings like here in the first column. There's no Schaft, no Sicht, no Ung, for example, at the end of Zeit. So the time, if you have the time machine, die Zeitmaschine, you don't need a linking S. Now we come to the last column when to not use a linking S, and this is for words that end with one of these listed endings, here marked in colors are endings of words that do not require an S, a linking S. So if the first word ends with one of these, like with an ER, EL, EN, or if you have sh, s, s, and so on, then you don't need a linking S. Now, it should be kind of logical that you don't need a linking S if you already have an S ending or a sh ending or a ts ending, because they all are, from the, I mean, an S is of the sound of S, so you don't need the linking S, but all the others are not S, like ts or sh, but they are having the common root like an S. So it is pronounced quite similar, so you don't need the linking S. Imagine you would say sh, like sh, or ts. That would be with a linking S, would be ts. That makes no sound. Yeah, that makes no sense for in the German language. So that should be kind of logical. If the first word ends with one of these endings, then you don't need to put an extra S. Now, if the word ends with one of these, then you also don't need to put an extra S. Let's have an example. Der Fischer, the fisher, die Fischerhütte, die Fischerhütte. So here's no linking S, the Fisher cabin. So that's ER example. Then der Zettel, the note paper. For example, die Zettelwirtschaft, that's a German saying of a paper mess, you know. Wirtschaft means economy, so an economy full of papers, which is like a mess of papers. And we Germans, even though there is this prejudice of German being very modern, unfortunately, that's not the case concerning modern IT technology. And German is far, far behind the development level of advanced states concerning the IT technology. So indeed, German companies, for example, and I'm not joking, are still working most of the time with papers, most of the time. Some companies are even so far back, they only write letters instead of emails. It's not a joke. I have seen this hundreds of times, and that is a huge problem, a huge problem. So don't wonder when you're in Germany if your requests of any bureaucratic task to the state takes ages, because they are sending seriously letters, and that can take. Now I want to give you the most gruesome example that I ever experienced. When I did my tax report in 2010, I sent my tax paper in and received the answers, hey, you have to pay back a ridiculous sum of 50 euros or something. Which at that time it was worth it was a very small sum. So I calculated everything again and said, hey guys, that was miscalculated. So I sent back the letter and said, I don't have to pay this 50 euro. Look at the calculation. I sent you an Excel file by paper, because as I said, some of them don't accept emails, so you have to send them the Excel file via paper. It's not a joke. Yeah, that's not a joke. And I sent this in 2010. And I received the answer in the third quarter of 2013. 2013. Yes, you heard correctly. They needed, seriously, almost 3.5 years to answer. 3.5 years. Now you're thinking, how the hell is it possible? Well, if you're living in some state with high bureaucracy and, for example, old bureaucratic systems, that might be not so unlogical for you, even though 3.5 years is, by any standards, extremely long. But you wonder how that works. It's actually not that difficult to understand. It is not that you send a letter there and then the letter is sent back to you. It is that there are hundreds of processes in between where everybody sends each other a letter. And everybody takes their time, and everybody, like especially bureaucrats in Germany, they have a lot of rights, which makes them pretty having the mentality of sometimes not giving a fuck about their work results. So they just take their time. And then it happens that in between the letter is sent to a wrong institution, and it's resent, it takes a week and so on. So that can take ages. I had, for example, recently an emergency situation, or let's say emergency, it wasn't an emergency, but I needed a new credit card because the old one was gone. I had to replace it, and I mean the credit card is kind of useful. I was lucky because I have reserves and I have other, I had other possibilities to pay cash, but still it took for me to receive the credit card took seriously 2 months. 2 months. And it was not the failure of the bank alone. The bank was working actually quite fast. I mean, it took them 2 weeks to work on that, which is quite long. But at the moment was a Corona situation. They had some overload of work, uh, which is not an excuse in my eyes because banks should work very fast. It's about money. People need that on an all-day basis. But still, in total it took them 2 months. So I was calling permanently, hey, what is wrong with your Zettelwirtschaft, with your paper mess? And it was that they sent this, then they sent it wrong to the wrong address. Then I was going abroad, so they had to send it after because they were not fast enough to send it within Germany. Then in Germany there was out of nowhere a boycott of the mail system. So they were on a strike, they did not work, so then the paper was not sent. Then I was again changing my location because I work internationally, and so at the end it ended up with 2 months. So that is an important thing for you to understand, that when you are working with German bureaucracy or in general with German business, it can seriously take long. And that's why we Germans call this a Zettelwirtschaft, a paper note economy, which is a paper mess. It can take ages. So don't wonder about this. This is unfortunately still the reality. And to put that in short, the German bureaucratic system, or the German to give information from A to B, is seriously, in the most terms, still working by the principle of the 19th century, which is paper is sent from A to B, and sometimes there's even a stamp put on. Instead of using a modern encrypted e-system where you just receive an email, you have to confirm, for example, by a phone that you received the email, so that it says, yeah, encrypted system is confirming that you don't need any stamp or something. Yeah? So that is unfortunately still the case with German. So this is a paper mess. Good. Der Zettel, the note paper has an EL at the end, so you don't need an S as a Fugen S. Then die Arten, here in plural, the species, has an EN ending, so you don't need an S, for example, biodiversity, die Artenvielfalt. Or neben has an EN at the end, next to. The Nebeneffekt, the side effect, does not need an S in between. Now, these blue ones should alarm you, these blue endings, because here it says, if there is an EN ending, you don't need an S, but you just learned in the left column that here on the second one, if there is an infinitive plus a noun, then you have an S in between. And an infinitive always ends with en. So if an infinitive ends with an en and it needs an S here to form a combination word with a noun, why does it here say if a word ends with an en, you don't need an S in between? That is because this rule only applies if it is not a nominalized verb. So if this is not a verb, so the species is not a verb, or neben, next to, is not a verb, therefore it does not need an S. Yeah? The rule of having an S after an infinitive is only if this was truly an infinitive, a verb, and if it's not a verb, then it does not need an S. So for the last, we have der Fisch, the fish. So that clearly ends with one of these three, with a sh here in orange, and therefore der Fischhaken, the fishing hook, does not need an S. Good, that's all you need to know about the linking S. Now, this seemed to be overwhelming for you to remember all these rules, and that is true. That is absolutely true. It is very complicated to know when to use an S and when not to use an S. I was doing this wrong for years. So even if a mother tongue does it wrong for years, it is not for you obligatory to know when to use an S and when not. What I would recommend you is following. I mean, first of all, understand this principle, what this as is and why it occurs. After you understood that, then I would give you on your way this golden rule: do not create your own words, like your own linking words. Do not create such words like here by your own, because then you need to use all these rules, which are complicated. What I would recommend you instead is just listen to the mother tongues, listen to the Germans, and on long terms you will automatically catch some words that you will then realize you need an S or not. This is a matter of passive learning more than of active learning. The only thing you could actively learn by writing down vocabulary is some certain keywords that you really need for your job. For example, if you, let's say you work in law, then you need to know what Eigentumsrecht is. So write down all these words that you need and translate them by Google Translator. But for all the other words, do not learn them systematically. That's a waste of time. Just learn them passively by listening to Germans, and whenever you catch such a word, you write it down and you learn that on long term passively. So you don't need to invest time, because your time invested is learning all these words, all these forms, is seriously a waste. It's just too difficult. Yeah. Good. That's all you need to know about the linking S. Then I thank you for your time, and I hope this chapter made the topic of creating endless long words way easier for you to understand in German. Thank you for your time. I welcome you back on board today for a small lecture to understand what are the different form of there in German. So pointing on somewhere and saying, there it is. So that is clearly a location point, but in German we have two expressions for this location point. There is an expression of da and dort. Now the difference between the two is that da is referring to close distant things, and far to far, or like dort to far away distant things. So if the speaker says da and points on it, da, it means there, but it means in the sense of this close point. And if he points on dort, then it means on the far away point, which is very important to know that this is from the perspective of the speaker. So let's say the speaker stands here and he is looking on, let's say, a house that is nearby, and then there is a field here, and then there is a house far away, yeah, like here. So then the speaker says, da ist das Haus, there is the house. So he points on, he means this house, the closer one to him. And if he says dort ist das Haus, then he points about the far away point. Now that is important if you are standing next to each other, then the distance is probably the same. So you know da means this one, but it is important to understand this difference in case you are not next to the speaker, because let's say you're having a phone conversation and you are closer to this house, so you're far away. So that means that you are standing here. And then for you, this one would be the da and this one would be the dort. But now if you're on the phone with the guy, you're having your ring phone here and talking with each other, yeah? This guy also having his phone, then this person says da, and then he refers to this house, while for you, this house is dort. So this would be da from his perspective, and for you it would be dort. So that sometimes leads to confusions, because with modern technology we have the possibility to talk with each other from far distances, so we don't have the same perspective on things. So this happens rarely that this is mistaken, but via phone it could be mistaken, that somebody refers to da and meaning something that is close to him, but for you it is actually dort, it is far away. So always think from the perspective of the speaker what da means. Good. So this is the difference between da and dort. Now let's talk about some applications of this da and dort. So here, like a diamond shaped, there are different, but both of them use the same ending. For example, in applications of saying there too. In German it would be I go there is ich gehe da hin. You need to add a hin because a hin is a movement. Ich gehe da hin or ich gehe dort hin, which means I go there to. You cannot translate this to English with there to, but I go there. But this hin means to. Hin is therefore an movement which you also see in the question word of wohin, where to, wohin, which is clearly a movement, so it is an accusative. So where to is an accusative as well as dahin. So hin means to implies a movement, therefore it's an accusative. Now we can say dahin, which is close distance, and dorthin, which is far distance. The same goes with daher, which means from, like I come from. Daher. Ich komme von daher. I come from there, close distance. Ich komme von dort her. I come from there, far distance. For example, let's say you stand on a map, a world map. You have whatever. You have America on the world map, like here, with Mexico here and South America. And then you have on the other side of the world, you have, for example, India here. Yeah. And if we are now standing in India, if we are in India, we're standing there and we have this world map, and I say I'm from, for example, from United States, then I would say I come from dort her. Ich komme von dort her, because United States is far away from India. Yeah. But if I say I'm coming from daher, close, let's say the next town in India, then it is the close distance meaning. So it means from daher. And important here is you need a von, which makes it automatically dative anyway. Ich komme von daher. I'm coming from there. So her is a non-movement, therefore dative, and is also related in the same sense with woher, where from, which is also automatically a dative. And that's all you need to know about there. Now do your trainings and point on things in your surrounding and say, ich gehe dahin, like I go to the next point, let's say the one that is 5 meters away from you, or ich gehe dorthin, which is far away from you. Now, if you have any more questions about pointing on things, the relation of their distance, saying this one, then have a look at this. Something we already talked about in the A1.2 package, where we talk about the comparison. But if you point on things and saying this one or that one, then in English, ironically, there is a difference between close and far. So this one or these ones, like singular and plural, that meaning close things, and that and those, like singular that one and plural those ones, that means far distance. So close distance and far distance in English. While in German, here, we don't have a far and close distance. So it's vice versa. We have, in English, you don't have a far and close distance for there, while in German you have that. But the other way around, for this one and that one, you have in English a far and close distance difference. In German, you don't. You only have these, which means this one. If it's far or close, there is no difference for us Germans. And these is added with the endings of the adjective. Here, like some examples with what can be added. For example, you have dieser Mann, this man, das ist dieser Mann, nominative, that is this man. Or das ist diese Frau, that is this woman. Or ich sehe diesen, I see this man, which is accusative. Or dieses Kind, yeah. So these are the endings you can add on these. So now you have the understanding that in English there, in German has two ways of being said, by far and close distance, and the English far and close distance this or that has only one translation in German, which is not taking care or describing the far or the close distance. That is all you need to know about these forms. Now do the training further, and you can now also point on things saying this one, yeah, but there's no distance difference in German. Good. I hope that helped you to clarify this small issue. I thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to welcome you aboard soon again. I greet you for a small lecture today about the confusing word noch. A lot of people always have a lot of questions about noch, which I can understand you having questions as well, because it is a very confusing word. We are going to list the 5 most important usages of this word noch in a simple way. But first things first, what is actually the origin? What is the history of this word? Why is it existing? Now look, in the old German way, like the way Germans spoke 1000 years ago, the noch had actually 2 words in it. So the noch consists of 2 words that melted with each other. It is the so-called nu or nun and an h in addition. Now nun is still used in German, which means now. Nun. We Germans in official High German say jetzt, which means now, but nun is more a regional word for saying now, which is very close to English. Now, and you can find this nun also in other Germanic languages and their former influential zones, like in Scandinavia or in the Baltics, they often say nu. That comes because of the strong Germanic influence by trades, by merchandising. So nu is a very popular word, which is basically jetzt. And then on the other side, we have just the h, which comes in to make it very short, in a combination that means also. So noch in the ancient form meant now also. And now also is like, it's not really saying anything, isn't it? It just says something is now. And it is culturally mostly used as a fitting word. It is if somebody comes into the room and you just don't know what to say. But because of politeness and because the situation is awkward if nobody says something, you're saying nun, or in the Baltics you sometimes say nu, or in Scandinavia as well, no. So it is basically a nonsense word that is just to make people saying something, otherwise they feel awkward. So that is the origin of this word, but in German it developed some serious meanings. And the 5 most important meanings I list here that you should just learn because they have a serious meaning, an important impact on your life. For example, if I say noch nicht, the translation of noch nicht would be not yet, not yet. For example, how would you translate did you see him? Not yet would be the answer, is like, hast du ihn gesehen? Did you see him? And somebody says, no, not yet, noch nicht. Noch nicht, not yet, noch nicht. Then the second important one is noch ein. Noch ein. So noch in combination with and can have all forms, like noch, for example, noch ein Bier. That would be one more beer, please, like at the bar. Noch ein Bier, one more beer, please. Noch ein Bier. It can be also noch ein ice cream, one more ice cream. So you have eine, or es gehört noch einem Mann. It belongs to one more man. So einem, that would be dative. So every form of the form that you can imagine, plus die noch. How would you say in English noch kein? So there's basically an ein in here, yeah, with a K, noch kein. And that would be not yet whatsoever. For example, noch kein Kind, not yet a child, like wir haben noch kein Kind. We don't have a child yet. So it is yet So if you have kein, then there is the aspect of yet. It means until now. In Germans, we don't use this yet in that form. It's just the logic of the word. If we say noch, which means like until, and then kein is like until, here it is not a. So that means until here it's not yet a. So that would be translatable as not yet. So German may sound strange in the translation to English, but actually here the English translation is the unprecise one. In the German logic, it is more precise. We say noch, like until, yet, not a. So until yet, there is nothing, but in English you need an extra word here. Because in the original meaning, it would be actually just not a. But by the English sense, you put in yet. So the translation is not yet a. How would you, for example, say, we have not yet a car. Wir haben noch kein Auto. We have not yet a car. Wir haben noch kein Auto. Then another one is noch nie. Noch nie. Nie. How would you translate nie? In English, that means never. But if you translate it from German, it actually means not ever. Or until now, not ever. So not ever, the logic is never, never, noch nie. For example, how would I say, I never swim in a river. Ich habe noch nie in einem Fluss gebadet, or ich bin noch nie in einem Fluss geschwommen, or I never ate an ice cream, or I never eat an ice cream. Ich habe noch nie eine Eiscreme gegessen. I never ate an ice cream. Ich habe noch nie eine Eiscreme gegessen. Okay, and then for the last important thing, it is haben plus noch is still have in the translation. For example, if I ask you, hey, you want to have a beer? And then you're saying, no, I still have like half of a glass. I still have. Ich habe noch Bier. Ich habe noch Bier. So I still have. Ich habe noch Bier. I still have beer. So these are the 5 most important usages of the word noch. Now I would recommend you to write some sentences down to learn these and to learn them by heart, because you really need them. I write you some sentences here for you to remember it. For example, noch nicht. Ich habe noch, or let's say, I did not see him yet. Ich habe ihn noch nicht gesehen. Ich habe ihn noch nicht gesehen. I haven't seen him yet. So then let's go with this example. Ich habe ihn noch nicht gesehen. Then for the next, noch ein. For example, I want one more beer, please. Ich will noch ein Bier. I want one more beer, please. Ich will noch ein Bier. And if you're polite, you say, ich möchte. I would always recommend you to be polite. So ich möchte noch ein Bier. How would you say noch kein? Let's say by the example, I have not seen a bear yet. Ich habe noch keinen, because to see, ich habe noch keinen Bär gesehen. So to see is accusative, so therefore you need here keinen Bären. Ich habe noch keinen Bären gesehen. Okay, ich habe noch keinen Bären gesehen. And then noch nie, which is never. How would you say I have never driven a tank, for example? I have never driven a tank. Ich habe noch nie einen Panzer gefahren. Ich habe noch nie einen Panzer gefahren. I've never driven a tank. And for the last is habe noch, like if I still say I still have, let's say, gasoline. Somebody asked me, hey, do you need gasoline? And I said, no, I still have, it's fine. Ich habe noch Benzin. So I still have it. Now what you realize with all of this, it is that noch is always standing in the past, in a past sentence, because it means not yet. So until now, it is not yet, but in the past it was. So noch is Okay, not all of the time, but often it is used in the past sense. Like here, for example, this is an example where it's not used in the past sense. Ich möchte noch ein Bier. I would like one beer more. There you don't use in the past sense, but you can also use it in the present. But most of the time it has anything with not yet, and that means it stands in the past. Good. These are examples of noch. Now please write down 5 sentences for each of the examples. So 5 to 5 means 25 sentences. Write this over roughly 5 days, and then you will know the forms of noch by heart. Okay, I thank you for your time, and I hope this makes the very confusing noch easier for you. See you soon for the next lecture.